Good morning, everyone. Are we ready for an awesome event? Was that a great video or what? Welcome to the second annual Phoenix Global Forum in beautiful Phoenix, Arizona, of course, here in the heart of downtown at the Phoenix Convention Center. I'm Heidi Fogelsong, and I'm honored to be your MC for the next 2 days of this really spectacular conference. So for those of you that are tuning in live from around the world, we are streaming today from the Phoenix Convention Center, as I mentioned. So again, whether you're here in person or out there, welcome. We're glad to have you here. This event is co-hosted by Phoenix Sister Cities and the International Economic Forum of the Americas, or IEFA for short. You know, Phoenix Sister Cities has been instrumental in fostering global connections, promoting peace, prosperity, and friendship between Phoenix, and are you ready for this? It's 11 sister cities worldwide. That is pretty phenomenal. Their work is also a true testament to the power of collaboration and how we all come together to do good things for the future. The IEFA, founded in 1994, brings together global leaders and innovators to spark conversations and collaborations that address some of the world's most pressing challenges, and there are a lot of them out there. This organization hosts major economic conferences across the globe in cities like Montreal, Paris, Miami, Toronto, Buenos Aires, and of course, right here in Phoenix. Now, an event of this scale, especially everyone here today and the brain trust in this room and all of you streaming online, it would not be possible without sponsors and the kind of support needed to keep these conversations and these partnerships alive and going. So we want to say a very generous thank you to the support of our incredible partners, and I'd like to take a moment to recognize each one individually right now. So hold your applause, you're hooping and hollering, we can do it at the end. Our presenting partners, Resolution Copper and the City of Phoenix, our gold partner, Salt River Project, our bronze partners, Freeport, McMoran, Niagara, Canada, and the Government of Quebec. Our media partners, Phoenix Business Journal, Axios, and Hill Times, and our event partners, Visit Phoenix and Arthur D. Little. So thank you so much, and we can all give a round of applause. Thank you, sponsors. We are so grateful. And now, just a few little housekeeping items before we dive into the exciting day ahead. Some of these topics and these panel discussions and experts are going to be absolutely fascinating. There's going to be so much learning today. So for those of you joining us in person, we do ask that you silence your phones so we can give our speakers the full attention that they deserve. Additionally, we would like to inform you of the emergency exit. Just in case there's an evacuation, at the back end of the ballroom where you came in is also the only exit. So just keeping your safety in mind here. So also, if you want to connect to Wi-Fi, this is how you do it. Phoenix Global Forum, username, password, Phoenix All Attach 2025. Once again, that's Phoenix Global Forum, Phoenix All Attach 2025. Now, the other really cool thing, and I saw a lot of this last year, a great way to connect and get to know people is the amazing Participants Lounge. And you can network, recharge, enjoy some refreshments. I think everybody really enjoyed that last year to kind of have a little one-on-one time with potential partners in the future and just have great conversations about all of the topics we'll be covering in this 2-day event. So you can also connect with your fellow teammates and also have a snack or two. Now, for those of you on social media, we have one other note. We are all about the phones, right? Don't forget to use our official event hashtag. That's hashtag PHX Global Forum, PHX Global Forum. And also, if you can, let's spread the word here and go ahead and tag our co-hosts, the International Economic Forum of the Americas and Phoenix Sister Cities, and that way we can build a buzz. We'd also love to see your posts throughout the day. The Phoenix Global Forum is being live streamed all day on IEFA TV, on YouTube, as well as on the Phoenix Global Forum website. So just feel free to share the stream with friends or colleagues who couldn't join us in person so they can tap in to some of the great content we're going to be covering here. And now it's time for a little tradition that is part of Arizona. It is my pleasure to welcome Ken Duncan, who is Senior Manager at Yellowbird Productions, and he is going to take the stage now to deliver our land acknowledgement. So please join me in giving him a warm welcome. Thank you.
Ahia, Kulaita Ganiko, no Sambika, the watching Jogo, and Kajudi Kata. In there, Donald Sinihi, Nate Donald Sithia. Welcome, everyone. I am welcoming you in my native Apache language. I'm from the San Carlos Apache Indian Reservation, and I'm very honored to be here to share a stage with representatives that bring such good message, concern for Mother Earth. So at this time, I'd like to ask permission from the ancient ones who still walk these lands, the ancient Huhugam, the canal builders who were the first residents in this valley that we call Phoenix. Diko, gogo tatgo, do terashi, inel kenaini, nanushkago, jabarishni ganiku. I will ask permission that we be allowed to dance on their sacred lands. At this time, I'd like to introduce my son, Sky. At this time, we like to share a dance that honors a great bird, our brother, that has allowed us to give our respect to the land, to the sky, to the water, to all of the plants and all the flora and fauna that we are a part of. We are a part of the circle of life. It is said that what we do to that strand within that web of life, we also do to ourselves. So the eagle has been there for us, carrying our prayers that Mother Earth be protected. So at this time, we present the eagle dance. Honey, yo, honey, yo, hanu hu when hey ya na hey ya hey yo yo hey. Honey, yo, honey, yo, hanu hu when hey ya na hey ya hey yo yo when yo. Honey, yo, honey, yo, hanu hu when hey ya na hey ya hey yo yo when yo ya hey yo ha when ya hey yo ya hey yo ha when hey ya na hey ya hey yo yo hey yo honey yo honey yo hanu hu when hey ya na hey ya hey yo yo hey yo. The eagle dance. Thank you. As I mentioned earlier, we are a part of the web of life. As such, we give respect to the beautiful clouds above that bring forth the gift of life, water. And we also give acknowledgement to the mountains. Why the mountains? When the rain touches the peaks of the mountains, all the runoff makes streams and then become rivers, bringing forth life to all of the valleys down below in its path to the great body of water we call the ocean. And all of our dancers, I usually have 7 dancers here. My wife and I have 7 sons, but I have my son Sky with me here. Oh, my wife, by the way, is my high school sweetheart. Since we were 17 years old, I stand before you, 66 years old now. So my son, thank you. My son's going to come out and he's going to share with you a dance known as the hoop dance. Our family's been very, very honored to have been asked by our U.S. State Department to go with the foreign services overseas. And we've visited over 100 embassies throughout the world as their cultural attaché. And then we were also asked by the U.S. Department of Defense to go visit American bases as well as NATO bases throughout the world. And so our children have seen pretty much most of the world representing the Native American culture to remind everyone that we need to take care of Mother Earth before anything else. And so as he's dancing, he will be making images of many life forms that are in the circle of life. So this dance is to say thank you to the many life forms. May you continue to prosper, and in this way, we also will prosper. Please welcome Sky with the hoop dance. Hey-ya! Yo ya ya ha, yo ya ya ha, we ya, yo ya we ya ha, we ya hey yo. Yo ya ya ha, yo ya ya ha, we ya, yo ya we ya ha, we ya hey yo. Yo we ya ha, we ya ha, we ya hey ya. Yo ha we ya ha, yo ha we ya ha, we ya ha, we ya hey yo. Den joneko, basen joneko, yerago tatla, yo hawe I ha, yo hawe I ha, waya, hey o we ha ya, yo hawe I ha, yo hawe I ha, hey I ha, waya, hey o. Den joneko, basen joneko, yerago tatla, yo hawe I ha, yo hawe I ha, waya, hey o we ha ya, yo hawe I ha, yo hawe I ha, way I ha, waya, hey yo, cha hey ya. Yo ya I ha, yo ya I ha, waya, yo ya we ya ha, waya, hey yo. Yo ya I ha, yo ya I ha, waya, yo ya we ya ha, waya, hey yo. Yo we ya I ha, we I ha, waya, hey ya. Yo we I ha, yo we I ha, we I ha, waya, hey yo. Den joneko, basen joneko, yerago tatla, yo hawe I ha, yo hawe I ha, waya, hey yo we ha ya, yo hawe I ha, yo hawe I ha, hey I ha, waya, hey yo, we ha, hey ya, hey ya. Yo ya I ha, yo ya I ha, we ya, yo ya we ya ha, we ya hey yo. Yo ya I ha, yo ya I ha, we ya, yo ya we ya ha, we ya hey yo. Yo ya we I ha, we I ha, we ya hey ya. Yo we I ha, yo we I ha, we I ha, we ya hey yo. Den joneko, basen joneko, yerago tatla, yo hawe I ha, yo hawe I ha, waya, hey yo we ha ya, yo ho way I ha, yo ho way I ha, way ya hey yo, cha hey ya. Yo ya I ha, yo ya I ha, way ya, yo ya way ya hey yo. Yo ya I ha, yo ya I ha, way ya, yo ya way ya hey yo. Yo way I ha, way ya hey ya, yo way I ha, yo way I ha, way ya hey yo. Den joneko, basen joneko, yerago tatla, yo way I ha, yo way I ha, way hey yo way ha ya, yo way I ha, yo way I ha, way hey yo, hey ya. Yo ya I ha, yo ya I ha, way ya, yo way ha, way hey yo. Yo ya I ha, yo ya I ha, way ya, yo way ha, way hey yo. Yo way I ha, way ya hey ya, yo way I ha, yo way I ha, way ya hey yo. Cha! Thank you. Once again, we're the Yellowbird Indian dancers. Dawachi, Njongo, and Kejiri Kateya. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much to the Yellowbird Indian dancers for such a wonderful start to our opening ceremony. And thank you, Ken. You always make the start of these events so special. What a beautiful and meaningful way to begin this day. And again, to the Yellowbird Indian dancers for being such a part of our culture and our community in Arizona, we thank you. As I mentioned, my name is Heidi Fogelsong. If you're just joining us online streaming, it is my sincere pleasure again to welcome everyone to this second annual Phoenix Global Forum. It is truly an honorable piece to be a part of this remarkable event as we are forging the future. That's got a lot of meaning right now at this place and time with all of the dynamic, great things happening as we move ahead in Arizona, Canada, Mexico, North America, and of course, the world. This theme sets the perfect tone for today's discussions and for the incredible lineup of speakers who've joined us to share their expertise and vision. And together we are all working toward one common goal, and that is creating a better future for us all. So let's jump into the main program, shall we? It is my pleasure right now to introduce Nicholas Remillard. He is CEO of the International Economic Forum of the Americas, and he will be delivering the welcoming remarks. So please join me with a nice round of applause for Nicholas.
Thank you, Heidi. It's always a great pleasure and a privilege having you with us. Thank you to Ken and the Yellowbird production. I cannot find a better way to start an event than what I've just saw this morning. Welcome to this second edition of the Phoenix Global Forum presented by Resolution Copper and the City of Phoenix. The IEFA is extremely proud to be in this wonderful city of Phoenix and this great state of Arizona, but more importantly, to co-organize this edition of the Phoenix Global Forum with Phoenix Sister Cities. So thank you to Phoenix Sister Cities. Thank you to its President and CEO, Rita Marco, and all the team at this wonderful organization. The theme for this year's edition, Forging the Future, could not be more appropriate. I would probably add one important word, which would be together. Over the course of the next 2 days, we will be forging the future together. I think that's very important in our days. Thank you to all of the speakers that have accepted to be with us today. Thank you to our partners. Thank you to our two presenting partners, again, Resolution Copper, the City of Phoenix. Thank you to all of you with us today, all of you watching us live on IEFA TV. For those coming from outside Arizona, coming from outside the city of Phoenix, enjoy the city, enjoy the state, shop in Phoenix, dine in Phoenix, have a couple of drinks in Phoenix, enjoy life in Phoenix, eventually buy property. But most importantly, I really think, it's actually, I toured the city and it was spectacular what I visited yesterday. All that to say that invest in Phoenix, in Arizona. There's cranes everywhere. It's booming, it's a place to be. And make Phoenix and Arizona a partner in your business. So my friends, enjoy this conference. And now it's my pleasure to let Mayor Kate Gallego say a few words on screen, but she will be with us tomorrow at lunchtime. Thank you very much, and I will see you around. Thank you. Yes. What?
Hello, everyone. Welcome to Phoenix and to the 2025 Phoenix Global Forum. I'm Mayor Kate Gallego, and I'm thrilled to have you here. Thank you to the International Economic Forum of the Americas and Phoenix Sister Cities for bringing this important gathering to our city. Just a few blocks from here is the Phoenix Bioscience Corps, a campus the city of Phoenix helped assemble. Today, it's home to all three of Arizona's public universities and world-class institutions, including TGen. We're also seeing major investments in clean energy, advanced manufacturing, and health innovation. In March, TSMC announced a $165 billion expansion here in Phoenix, and the Mayo Clinic committed to nearly $2 billion to grow its campus next to ASU's Health Futures Center. Phoenix is proud to be a founding member of the Medical Device Manufacturing Consortium, created through a federal Tech Hub grant to accelerate smart digital device production. The theme of this year's forum, Forging the Future, reflects what we're building here, a globally connected, forward-looking innovation economy. I look forward to meeting you throughout the forum and sharing how Phoenix is helping shape what's next.
All right, thank you very much, Mayor Gallego and Nicholas. We are definitely in store for an inspiring couple of days of sessions and great information. Now, let's get right to it. It's my pleasure to introduce our first panel of the day, which will kick off the inaugural plenary session, A Roadmap to the Future Economy. We have an exceptional group of leaders joining us today, each representing critical sectors that will play a pivotal role in shaping the future of our global economy. On this panel, we're thrilled to have Bill Smead from Smead Capital Management and Glenn Williamson from the Canada-Arizona Business Council, as well as Frank Holder from Holder Partners. They will be joined by Greg Barr, who will moderate this discussion. First, though, let's hear a message on screen from our presenting partner, Resolution Copper, followed by a message from our other partner, the Government of Quebec.
For a century, mining in Arizona's Copper Triangle has been integral to its local communities and economy. Fast forward to today. Innovative and water-saving technologies are heralding a new era of environmental stewardship and economic resilience. Enter the Resolution Copper Project, an underground mine capable of meeting up to 25% of the annual U.S. copper demand. By using leading-edge water recycling technology, we will have the lowest gallons of water used per pound of copper compared to other mines in Arizona. We've invested significant resources into storing, treating, and monitoring surface and groundwater for future mining operations. In fact, our project's future water supply comes from a combination of purchased and secured surface water and groundwater, collected from a deposit approximately 7,000 feet deep in the mine. Despite local concerns of Resolution Copper impacting Native American tribes' water supply, 25 miles of extreme topography and a major mountain range separate Cutter Basin from this deposit. Our site is surrounded by thick, dense, and tight bedrock and bounding faults that impede water flow. Rest assured, Cutter Basin's water supply will remain untouched. Resolution Copper is committed to being one of the most water-efficient mines in Arizona and setting the benchmark for environmental stewardship in the Copper Triangle, today and beyond.
This video contains 50 French words, but we promise you'll understand them. Québec's nature is incomparable and sublime because we're taking action for its préservation, for the sake of générations. We value tradition as much as adaptation, so we can drive innovation. Here, we work in collaboration, with intelligence and ambition to make a contribution to the world. That's why we demonstrate excellence and expertise. Whether in art, agriculture, architecture, sport, construction, éducation, science, or cuisine. Because yes, we're gourmet too. We don't just eat poutine, and we don't just play hockey. We have thousands of passion and aspiration. There are millions of us, équitables and capables of inclusion, création, patience, performance, and invention. Our différences make our culture unique. So we know immigration opens our horizon, and strong relations ensure our evolution. This message is an invitation. Québec will change your perception and leave a lasting impression. Speaking French is no obstacle. Take our word for it. You already knew 50 of them without even knowing it. Isn't that a nice surprise?
How about that one? There we go. Welcome, everyone. We appreciate you all being here today, the second annual Phoenix Global Forum. I'm Greg Barr. I'm the editor-in-chief of the Phoenix Business Journal, and I have, as you know, this esteemed group of panelists today. I wish you all great success at the event this week. I hope you enjoy, and those of you from out of town, I hope you enjoy your stay in the Valley of the Sun. So we're going to get started right away. I'm going to start with Frank. You look at risk management a lot. We've seen so much happen in the past week. We're going to try and move well beyond the headlines about tariffs and the headlines about what the market is doing. Don't look at your phones right now, please. In terms of risk management, can you assess where we're at right now at this point in time in terms of what the future economy is going to look like when this is all over?
Yeah, very simple question to lead with. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Normally, I'm the guy that tells my corporate clients that they need to watch out for risk, they need to slow down, they need to stop being so optimistic. Bad things can happen. And now I find myself in the unique position of telling my clients that they need to not panic, stop being so concerned, don't freeze everything, We're hearing a lot of words these days: disruption, decoupling. We're hearing words like uncertainty, volatility. And so when you put all of that together, obviously the markets have been gyrating very rapidly. And just like they can go down, as they have been, they can go up like they did earlier this morning. But for corporations and for other entities that have to produce, manufacture, provide services, they can't pivot that quickly. And so the first thing I would say to do is try and understand what's happening here and take a very careful look at historical patterns. This isn't sort of an exclusively unique time in the world. We're looking at major disruption in the economy, but the disruption is coming both in positive and negative aspects, right? The positive aspect is we're seeing an increase in productivity, unlike has occurred in the last decades due to technology such as generative AI. We're seeing enormous advances in quantum, which is something that is kind of a winner-takes-all game we can talk about later. We're seeing volatility because the two motors of global growth, which are China and the United States, are at odds in terms of how that should move forward. The Chinese, for the last decade, have been very clearly pursuing a strategy of isolating their economy from external dependencies and trying to make the rest of the world as dependent as possible on their exports and products. The United States has, and this isn't just now, this is previous administrations from both parties, has become alarmed at the trade disparities and at the dependence which COVID showed very clearly that the U.S. had on manufacturing from other places, as trying to recover some of that back to the United States. So in that scenario, I think companies need to have a nuanced response. They need to be very careful, but they also need to take advantage of some of this disruption in order to grow.
The word deglobalization is one of those words that we're hearing right now. How do you all think this could play out? I mean, will it create different allies and trading partners? And of course, as you touched on, maybe we could look a little bit about how we all think the relationship between U.S. and China will change.
Greg, I'd love to answer that question. You know, one of the things that we have been watching in Europe and Asia and North America took 70 years to build globalization. This took a long time post-World War II. And now we're being asked to rethink that globally. Vertically Asia, vertically Europe, vertically North America. And I think everybody needs to take a deep breath. This is sort of like a sandstorm going on outside. Do you really want to be walking out there, or do you want to take a pause and wait for that storm to just slow down a little bit? The factors of China are the ones that nerve-wracking us the most. Europe and Russia are least at this moment in time. But China, with a domination of critical minerals around the world, with the speed at which they industrialize, their navy is now bigger than the United States, their ability to manufacture is cost effective, and they are moving, just as Frank said, into AI at a speed that is unprecedented. We are watching a president and an administration currently make comments about reindustrializing the United States. This is a very broad topic that will take an enormous amount of time. One of the things that we're following very closely is this a moment in time to recalibrate trading because we are entering the equivalent of a new industrial age with technology, and America wants to go in balanced versus imbalanced prior to that. In the meantime, the pain and angst and confusion and chaos has caused an enormous amount of unknowns for people, and we're watching executives and companies try to figure out, do they act, do they react? And recently, we are now watching countries come back to the United States and say, we'd like to talk. And that is something that we are seeing in the markets right now. We're watching in the bond markets, we're watching it in the futures, and we're trying to understand where this is going to go. But the one answer that I have, Greg, is that from chaos does come opportunity.
For sure. And then from your point of view, Bill, of course, you're watching the markets very closely, and with your investor group of people that you're working with every day. Where do you see the historical perspective here?
Well, thanks for having me. And first thing I thought of, well, these two gentlemen were saying some very good things, was Charlie Munger was once asked about Amazon and Jeff Bezos. And he says, well, it's an act of nature. And what he meant by that is, hurricanes and tornadoes are acts of nature. And they're very powerful, and they're completely unpredictable. And we now have a president of the United States that's kind of an act of nature, right? He's unpredictable and like a tornado. So we're struggling with taking economics that makes sense and trying to apply them to a lot of this that doesn't make sense. Just as an example, just a quick example, the money to invest in more oil and gas resources comes from the profitability of the companies that are in the business or investors that would want to provide capital to those businesses. And we're basically cutting both of them off right now. So the chance of you ending up with more oil and gas from what's going on is diminished dramatically, which ultimately is going to cause dramatically higher prices in the long run. That is, if you can stay solvent until things get sane.
Did you want to add to that, Frank?
I was just going to say, I think I agree with that 100%, but I also think that when you look at what's happening right now in the world in general, there will be some clear longer-term trends that we can spot. So if you're a businessman or an investor, there are some pretty safe bets. It's a pretty safe bet that we will continue to invest heavily in the tech sector, particularly with regards to generative AI and quantum. It's pretty safe bet that strategic minerals, the production, the stranglehold China has on the prices, because they really don't have a stranglehold on the supply. There are critical minerals all over the world. We just haven't been able to produce them as cheaply as the Chinese, and we've ceded that market to them currently. So there will be a move that will not be temporary to try and produce those in other parts of the world to supply the U.S. market and other markets.
One caution I'd just give, I think you're right about the capital spending that will go into the technology. The history of investing in major technological advances is that the common stock success comes up front, the early time, and then the fruits of that come for decades after that. So the problem is, have we done radio from 1926 to 1929, which was the technology advance of the right before the 29 crash? Have we done the semiconductor and landing on the moon? And have we done the .com is going to change our life? So I totally agree that AI is going to change our life. Be careful about what you might want to do investment-wise out of that, because have they front-run this the last 2 or 3 years?
Yeah.
And that's kind of a dangerous thing.
Well, I wouldn't focus on AI alone when I talk about technology either, because it's actually much more mature in terms of the investment curve, and you're already seeing massive productivity gains. The U.S. is outstripping the EU in productivity, mostly because of the incorporation of those kinds of technologies. I'm talking about quantum, for example, which is much newer and much more of a game changer, whoever gets there first. The U.S. and China, this is a military and technological, basically, Cold War, and whoever gets there first is going to dominate those sectors and have a real leg up on the rest of the world.
Yeah, and that's what's really happening kind of behind the scenes with all the noise of the screaming back and forth over the tariffs, is this long-range outlook for military technology.
Absolutely.
If I can add to that, one of the things that we are watching as a byproduct of everything going on right now is America is testing its institutions much farther than people thought they could, whether it's judicial, congressional, whether it's a breakout of different cabinet members. This is one of the moments in time where that testing is going to basically tell us how far this is going to go. One of the other interesting byproducts of what this administration has done by putting tariffs on all these countries around the world is it has cost each of these countries now to look inwardly at themselves. And that hasn't happened in a long time, whether it's Germany or Canada or Spain or Mexico. This whole process, everybody for purpose of individuality, sovereignty, self-sufficiency, has looked inwardly at their countries and gone, you know, maybe we're not as strong as we thought. Maybe we need to clean that up a little bit more. In Canada, one of the things that's going on right now, very few people may know that there are tariffs between the provinces. That hasn't been looked at in years. So I think a lot of countries are glass houses, and they have to be very careful how they react to what's going on globally at this moment in time, and taking an inward look at what their problems are simultaneously as this process has exposed.
And don't you think, you know, when this all shakes out, that we will see more different kinds of trading pacts emerge in different parts of the world, with people finding, you know, Canada, for example, has talked about finding new partners to sell oil and gas. You know, obviously they sell a lot of oil and gas to the United States, but now they're saying, well, okay, with the situation here, maybe we'll look to add other partners. But then you see that and you take any kind of product and add that around the world. You know, will we ultimately end up with a much stronger global economy by the time this is all done?
It's so funny that you mention that I like to joke that the Canadians had better dinosaurs, because their wells last 25 years. The tar sands and the heavy crude, the wells last for 25 years. The United States, this idea of snapping your fingers and dramatically increasing oil production, the Permian Basin is more than likely peaking out right now. In fact, there's a TV show, and whenever there's a TV show, the creative types in Hollywood always are pretty close to the top in production. The Permian Basin will peak out, is probably peaking out as we speak, and 10 years from now will not be producing nearly as much oil. Well, why that's important is over the last 10 years, at the margin, they were the big addition to the supply. So some of this just baffles my mind. You're going to try to squeeze blood out of a turnip when it comes to the Permian. Whereas the Canadians, I mean, they got dinosaurs that are going to last for a long time.
Well, and on top of that, you have Vaca Muerta in Argentina, which is even bigger potentially. You have what's going on in Guyana, the only example of a Chinese and American company joint venture extracting oil from the sea. So there are a lot of other alternatives, but I do think that what we're going to see is less of a globalized economy and more of a lot of bilateral and multilateral agreements that make a lot of sense in terms of what we're trying to, achieve along those lines. And I also, when you think about the corporate side of this, one of the mega trends is going to be a move towards resiliency versus efficiency. We spent decades trying to be hyper on time, fabricated at the last second with everything coming in all the world. It's like an orchestra. Companies are not going to be able to do that anymore. It's going to cost more, but they're going to be more resilient to shock. So is that better? Is it worse? It depends on how you look at the world.
And I truly believe you are not going to be able to undercut what is going on in Asia and Vietnam, South Korea, and China and bring back to America pencils and shoes and garments. I think somebody is really not paying attention to that. But technology, absolutely. That is going to be the key to an awful lot of this. And to your point earlier about countries paying attention to each other, I'm a firm believer that these trading patterns are going to change, that we are watching something that is evolving before our eyes at a rapid speed. In North America, one of the secret weapons is Mexico. And Canada is a very mature market, and Canada and the United States will get back and forth and do different things. I'm not overly concerned. That will get worked out, give or take 3 or 4 things that consistently happen. UMCA will come back, or CUSMA, depending on where you're talking. That will come back.
Yeah, and this is really, what we're hearing right now are kind of the opening salvos in what will happen when USMCA is renegotiated in 2026.
That's absolutely it. And again, Mexico is going to play a massive role in what is about to transpire in North America.
Well, Mexico would like to be the new China in some ways, in terms of manufacturing, and I think right now they're assembling Chinese products, but the goal would be to manufacture more of it, and I think that's a kind of a pivotal role. And when you talk about winners and losers here, Phoenix is a huge winner of all this. They just secured, one of the largest investments in U.S. history for nanoscale semiconductors, in part because of the push to move that out of Taiwan. So,
When I was in college, the summers, we worked at the Crown Zellerbach paper mill in the Twin City hometown in southern Washington. And there were 2,500 people working there. It was the largest paper mill in the United States of America with 16 machines. There's one machine left. It's hellaciously profitable. There's about 110 people work there now. And I think the Koch family makes about $100 million a year off that one machine. But the idea that you're going to bring back paper production to Camas, Washington, it's not going to happen. No. And therefore, this idea that we're going to suddenly have a massive renaissance and attempt to appeal to less educated, hardworking people, and employ them in manufacturing. They certainly can at Taiwan Semiconductor when they get done, but they can't in paper mills and other industries that you can do it far more effective someplace else.
And speaking of semiconductors, you know, one of the things that we are going to see play out here, because Phoenix, it has become one of the epicenters of the semiconductor sector with TSMC and Intel and others that are looking to build here. Amcor is looking to build a $2 billion plant here as well. Another thing we're going to see in the shifting economies, though, is the fight for workers, the fight for skilled workers. There's, on paper, 20,000 new manufacturing jobs that are supposed to come to Arizona in the next 7-8 years. That's a lot of people moving from places. You can grow a lot at home. But I think, Glenn, you know, you've talked a lot about the mobility of workers in the future, and you know, with this huge demand for skilled workers, what are there winners and losers there? How does this play out?
You know, I think one of the byproducts of COVID was working at home, and I think activating remote workforces is going to be very, very important in the service and financial communities. I think the manual labor is no longer going to be the agriculture as this becomes more automated. It's going to be that middle between lower end and higher end, and this brand new middle. It's the people in the bunny suits at TSMC that are above average. Again, I get back to Mexico. Mexico is no longer the land where people preconceive a worker. That worker has gone up and up and up, and they have a grand position of working really hard and doing things. More concerning to me than labor is energy and water. That scares me more. Updating a 1970s energy grid in the United States is petrifying.
45% of electricity now is made with natural gas in the United States, which is kind of astounding. I grew up living on the Columbia River, and the dam system on the Columbia River is the largest single producer of electricity in the U.S. And now natural gas. And ironically, investors are chasing after utilities that are going to start up a nuclear reactor, and they're selling the companies that produce the natural gas. It's quite a bizarre set of circumstances. But you know what you were saying. Think of locally here in the Phoenix metropolitan area. Howard Hughes Corp. Bought the land out there to create a community of 300,000 people. What's it called, Terravias or something like that?
Yeah, Teravalis.
Yeah, Teravalis. And we own shares of a company named Lennar that will build most of the homes there. And the stock has been getting beat up because the market's getting beat up. But that's going to be a bonanza. So back to the remote workers and where the workers are. Companies need to put their employees where there are homes for them. We joke in our work that U-Haul should buy Southwest Airlines' slogan, which is "You're now free to move about the country," because that's what needs to happen. The people need to gravitate from the expensive property areas to the less expensive property areas. It's been going on for years on the West Coast, and now it's happening in Columbus and Cincinnati and places like that. But so this is an example. Some of those people that will work at those expansions of the semiconductor industry here, and they'll buy some of those houses.
Sure.
Especially if they're Dodger fans, because it's close to the spring training facility.
I actually have a slightly different view on the human capital side of things from the corporate world. It already is a major issue for any corporation that has to hire skilled workers. So I have clients that have backlogs of 15, 20,000 engineers that they need and can't find. The automotive industry, when the U.S. cracked down on Mexican visas for workers that come in and work in semi-skilled positions on the automotive industry, it was a huge problem. It still is. It's not that electricity and water doesn't scare me. Those also concern me as well. And I have to say, on a global basis at least, the trend towards small and medium size nuclear reactors is a very big reality. It's absorbing a ton of investment. The new technology there is very exciting. And if we keep doing AI, we're going to become like the Matrix and have to plug ourselves into batteries.
So what's going to happen to the price of those skilled workers?
I would assume it's going to go up.
It's going to go up. So the dock workers got an 8.5% compounded 6-year pay increase. The machinists at Boeing got 8.5% per year, and we're going to clobber the oil companies to try to get inflation down when you got to pay those skilled workers dramatically more to encourage people to get those degrees.
So it's a problem.
It's a problem. Inflation there just doesn't seem there's any way that's not going to be a problem.
So let me throw another twist into that, and that is that we have universities producing liberal arts degrees and students going to work at Wendy's. So
No, come on.
okay,
Starbucks
McDonald's,
also.
maybe Starbucks. Where the trade schools in the United States have got to step in and augment what we have overly promoted degrees at universities for a missing element of the workforce to come in. And I can tell you, as someone who is a chairman of a company that's invested $3 billion in this state in water, we have also got a Canadian company. Canadian companies are so liquid right now with the pension plans, they are pouring money into areas that have debt problems. And a lot of cities don't have the tax base to bond, so therefore their infrastructures are getting left behind while the growth is occurring. And this is something that is in the Arizona market. We have another Canadian investment in New Mexico where a pension plan, the Canadian pension plan, put $9 billion into it, and they're building 970 wind turbines. This is called Pattern Energy, and it's going to bring 4,000 odd megawatts of power into Arizona in the next year. That is going to be a Band-Aid for a region. You can't build these infrastructures overnight. So if you take a look at a region like Arizona, and it's not uncommon around the world, where it took an enormous amount of time to create water supplies, 70, 80 years, that allow us to live here today. We, unfortunately, in the United States, are so short-sighted that we are not taking the time to build infrastructure for not today or tomorrow, for 4-year political cycles, but who's doing it for 25 and 50 years down the road for not us, our generations next, and the generations after that. We have an obligation as North Americans and people in other countries around the world to stop thinking about tomorrow or next week or the following month. But we have got to start investing way further out so that these generations have got something that we've left them.
Well, we are seeing, besides the project in New Mexico, there is a huge number of, I'll call them battery farms, being built in other areas around Arizona and in New Mexico, separate from that project. So I don't think, in terms of shoring up the grid, we need, a larger investment in overall infrastructure. There's no doubt about it. But at least, you can see there are some steps being taken locally, and I think some of the providers here are already saying they see a little bit of wind behind their backs in that area right now.
But Greg, one of the things, I was with the head of Microsoft's energy program. He's building 50 nuclear reactors around the United States because of AI.
Yeah.
And that is a staggering draw on energy. And if the United States wants to maintain a position in that next generation of technology, it's going to have to do what you're talking about.
Yeah. And of course, we're seeing that with the requirement for crunching all that data. We're seeing, I can't remember the count off the top of my head. We have 7, 8, 9 large data center projects under construction right now within just a few miles of here. So that's another part of what's happening. And then, of course, all of that will need huge amounts of electricity to run those, too.
Yeah, a lot of that is currently under review as well, because one of the problems we have is law of diminishing returns. So we're adding we need a significantly higher amount of calculating capacity to get very small gains in terms of the intelligence of our AI. And so, I think there's going to be some new technologies coming out that try and do that without using such a massive amount of energy and computing space in order to achieve those gains, because it really
Yeah,
is
that
becoming an
model
issue.
that model needs a bit of disruption. Speaking of
Yes,
what we do
It's
with
getting it.
disruption technology.
But again, thinking about thinking of this from an investment standpoint, shocked that I think of it like that. The cycle where we have a kind of a joke in the business: you can't spend your way to prosperity in a business. So, think of a Warren Buffett example. He's owned Coca-Cola for 40 years. How much has the original Coke changed in that time period? So there was no technology that went into improving it. Now there's some better marketing efforts and some things involved. So the best and most profitable investments are companies that don't require most of what they make to be poured back into the business to make it continue to succeed. Sure. And we've just spent the last 3 or 4 years with the companies that have the most money being poured into them to succeed. And now we're entering, like you described, that spending phase. The capital spending phase in technology is very high right now. And again, you don't have a tendency to spend your way to success.
I'm going to get back to something that Glenn mentioned earlier. We're seeing, economic regionalization as well as something that's happening with, we're seeing it now. We'll see something come out of what's happening with different trade negotiations in different areas. But, for example, on the Canada-U.S. border, you're seeing, immediate impacts of what's happening with the auto tariffs, with issues with companies on both sides that are close to the border they've become interdependent on each other for the auto industry. What about the future of regionalization as it affects even Arizona and Mexico? It's a huge neighbor to the south. Glenn, what do you see in terms of regionalization and synergy between us and Mexico coming up?
So on automotive, first and foremost, I wouldn't want to be Windsor, Ontario right now trying to make decisions, and Premier Ford. In regards to Mexico, all you have to do is take a look at what goes on in Querétaro with the aviation business. Its integration of its supply chain with Montreal and Quebec is massive, and I'm less concerned about where assembly occurs, but I am absolutely concerned about where parts are generated from in the 3 countries. And Mexico has rapidly, year over year over year, if you take a look at the supply chain for automotive industry in Mexico now usurps Canada. Mm-hmm. And that's why Canadians have even sat there and said, maybe we should go just work with Mexico instead of the United States. That doesn't work either. But the Mexican government has been very prudent in all of their states, and they have been very careful to systematically pick up that automotive and aviation supply chain brilliantly.
What you mentioned, I've got a kind of a micro example of what you're talking about. On late Friday afternoon, from late Friday afternoon to late Sunday afternoon, people come from Vancouver, BC, down to what's called the Tulalip Premium Outlet. One of our companies, Simon Properties, owns that, and that's a brand, a nationwide brand. But the parking lot is absolutely, completely packed with British Columbia license plates for the entire weekend, right? And so how much is this all going to get disrupted from what's going on?
I would just say, when you look at Arizona as a whole and you think of what government's role should be in a market economy, it's really to set the playing field, right? It's plant the grass, paint the lines, put the nets up, I think Arizona's done a really good job as a state in attracting business to itself and in setting itself apart from some of its bigger neighbors who may be less friendly towards business. I think it's in a very good position in terms of the proximity to Mexico for some of the things that were being discussed earlier. May not be the best place when you have an illegal immigration problem or border issues. There's a giant border conference going on next door with thousands of people at it. But, I think there are some real advantages here for Arizona when you talk about regional agreements. But I think we also need to be careful that the national sort of agreements that are going between the three countries don't degenerate into a bunch of mini, state with state across the borders, because that will really complexify
You
the
don't
work
want
for the private
You don't
sector.
want the provincial tariff situation.
It can be a real mess, because if your job is to set the playing field, and then you have 6 different kinds of rules. We can have Canadian rules, football, and American rules, and soccer. We're going to be in trouble.
If I can add one more thing, when this administration looks at Canada and says, what can we pull back and pull down? You can't move fossil fuel from Alberta. You can't move potash from Saskatchewan. And you can't move power from Quebec. So the limits of what you can pull back out of Canada start to become different. And whether trade is large back and forth, the two things that are missed in general public reviews and by tariffs, services are not tariffed. And Canada, from a capital markets, if you look at the total amount of money invested in Canada by the United States and by Canada into Canada and the United States and the United States into Canada, Canada invests $400 billion more in the United States. But most people won't talk about that in Canada because it's mostly pension plan money, and they get a higher return. 38% of all the Canadian pension plans invest in the United States, and they only invest 13% in Canada. If their pensioners knew that, they would be upset, right up until the point that someone says we get a higher return on our investments in the States. And you cannot argue the fact that capital comes to the highest return, and therefore the U.S. as a consumer nation and a growing market for anything that they can build and sell, other countries around the world are fascinated and pour capital into this country.
Money always goes where it gets treated the best.
I'd also point out that the capital markets in the U.S. are about twice the size of the U.S. GDP when you compare it to the rest of the world. We're very much overweight and outsized when it comes to capital markets.
And that's really a problem. I try to point out to people back in 2008 when we had the fallout from the housing debacle and the bad lending and the sliced and diced mortgage pools and everything. In late September, the market had fallen a lot of 08 by 08, and Buffett wrote an editorial in the New York Times, and he said, "Buy American, I am." He said, "I had a bunch of personal money, and I'm starting to apply it." Well, the market had fallen to about 28% below the GDP of the United States, and of course it was double at the high recently. And Americans in aggregate were far and away the most committed to their total financial assets in common stock at the beginning of this decline. So a lot of people are looking and saying, oh gee, what's wrong? What's wrong? No, actually, this is what's right. I mean, you have to correct excesses regularly. They get unhealthy, and so that's another challenge that the United States has got, is that we have a huge population of 60 to 80-year-olds. All you have to do is go out and walk around in Arizona to find us. I'm one of them. I live here, and we own most of those equities, and that's what builds houses in Paradise Valley, by the way. And so that's a temporary phenomena. It's got to come from these other industries that these gentlemen are talking about more than it is from the largesse. And that consumer confidence, if the 60 to 80-year-olds are spending money like crazy, the 35-year-olds are spending money anyway, because you have to when you're 35, whereas when you get older, you only do it because you want to.
If I can add a few more things on Canada and its investments in the United States. If we were truly a bad investment and there was truly something going wrong, why would all 5 Canadian banks be as large as they are in the United States? Why would Brookfield, a $1 trillion Toronto-based company, move to New York City? And to your point, money follows and goes where the opportunity is. And you have to separate the elbows up and the booing at hockey games and the 51st state and this highly emotional involvement that has occurred, not just with Canada, but other countries around the world, and take a look below that and see what we're talking about, and that is the real movement of money and opportunity and where it's landing, whether it's landing in Germany, whether it's landing in Spain. You know, when it comes to tariffs going around all over the world, people are going, why am I getting a tariff over here? Well, China doesn't just sell directly to the United States. China sells to South Korea, Vietnam, repackages it and sends it over here. So again, follow the money, follow the supply chains, and you'll start to see what's going on globally at a different rate than just Canada and Mexico, but other parts of the globe and how they are pouring different types of things into the United States that we need to be aware of.
We've all touched on various comments during the past part of the panel here that we've covered so far, and we mentioned AI a few times. Can we just look at AI for a second now in terms of the effect on the future economy? Everyone, you know, at ground level, people are worried about it will cost jobs, or people think, well, it'll help knowledge workers enhance what they do. How do you see the effect of AI playing out, you know, in terms of the future economy?
I think it's a great enabler. We talk about tech enablement all the time in the corporate sector. In most clients, for example, that are in the services industries or that are in the tech industries, other tech, not AI, are making calculations somewhere in the 1 to 4 range, so that one person can do the same amount of work that 4 people could do before. And that's just with what's available today, which is not that great, and needs a lot of help sort of being more efficient. We talked about that earlier. But when you look at this sort of ratio, you say, okay, well, that's 3 people who aren't going to have a job, but it's not really how it works. When you get more productive, generally that productivity generates more employment because you're growing the economy in a way that doesn't create inflation. So when we talk about ways to combat inflation, the best way to combat inflation, be more productive. Now, one of the problems you have with the at-home issue is that some of that productivity is being sucked up by individuals to walk their dogs rather than, you know, the company, which could take advantage of it if they knew that they're, you know, basically they got done with their work at noon and now they're off, you know, playing video games or something. So it needs some refinement, but I think it's nothing short of revolutionary. And disruption does create unemployment and dislocation of workers and everything else, and it's going to exacerbate the skilled versus unskilled worker. But I do think overall it's a great enabler.
I think it is coming no matter whether you want it or you don't want it. The question is, do you embrace it or do you not? If you do not embrace it, there are 1 billion people behind you that will. All you have to do is go to other countries like China. I go to the Consumer Electronics Show every year, and I'll tell you, ladies and gentlemen, what I see coming out of Asia is quantum leaps ahead of Europe and North America. They get behind it. They are all in. And we have got to start paying attention to what is going on, or we will be left behind.
Okay, well, let's look at something that you're familiar with, Bill. You know, there's a lot of dry powder sitting on the sidelines, a lot of uncertainty that's out there with investments. You mentioned, Frank, you mentioned earlier about small nuclear reactors as future power sources that you see a lot, you know, money is heading in that direction. So let's look now at where do we think the money is going besides geographically in terms of investment in different sectors or different, you know, advanced manufacturing is, of course, coming. You know, that's one thing that we can say is increasing in the United States, that where investment is going there. Where do you see the main part of the economy changing in terms of what investment and what areas are going to be focused on in the future?
Ironically, Phoenix was kind of one of the places that was kind of the center of the housing debacle just because it was in position to build a lot of houses back in 03 to 06. The home building in the United States, divided by population, would have been at the far low end by percentages of the period from, say, 1960 to 2000. The reason that homes are highly priced is because we're not building nearly enough of them. Okay, so I mean that's just one area that we just think is a great opportunity, and it kind of gets lost in the shuffle right now. In other words, supply and demand. If you create a lot more homes, you could moderate those prices, but yet we make it very difficult to do that, but the beauty of Phoenix is this is one place in the world that we don't have any problem doing that. You know what I mean? We'll convert the dirt. I was out at the ladies golf tournament at Wild Horse. We have a brand ambassador, Ingrid Lindblad from Sweden, and so I was out there walking with Ingrid with my family, and I looked around, and I mean, you could see dirt for miles. Now that's Indian reservation property, I think.
Yes,
but
it is.
Who knows? Maybe they want to get rich, because I could just like vision. You could build a lot of houses in between there, say the south end of the metropolitan area and Casa Grande, for example. Sure. And so I just looked at that, and I thought, how many places around the world are in a situation like we're in here, where people want to come here? The metropolitan area functions so well. The freeway system is superior to almost every major city I go to in the United States, and we could just have a lot more people because we're interested in having a lot more people, and we've got the dirt and we've got the freeway system to handle it.
So I just came back from a conference at the Biltmore of pretty much every major alternative investor globally, KKR, PIMCO, all the names you'd know, Carlyle. And infrastructure was their biggest concern. Whether it's in the United States, Mexico's infrastructure is something that's another problem. If you go down to Sonora, their power infrastructure needs work, as does their water infrastructure. And should Sonora grow the way that we think it is going to be a market that will feed into the United States with many, many companies, that power grid has to be fixed up. And that means that American companies and Canadian companies need to go in with our partners in Mexico and help them solve their infrastructure so that they can help us solve other problems that are labor related, that are employment related, that are manufacturing related.
I just point out that there's probably never been a time in recent history where there's been more liquidity in the market that hasn't been deployed.
Right.
And capital also flows to where it's less regulated. So there have been a lot of back and forth as to how the big banks and even pension funds should handle all the capital they have. But if you look at the private equity market, which has just grown enormously over the last couple of decades versus, say, the publicly traded or the large capital we were talking about earlier, they've got a model now that's sophisticated enough that there's an entire ecosystem at all sizes. So you have founder, sort of small company, private equity focus. You've got to focus on the mid-size, focus on the bigger. And what that's doing is it's allowing a lot of capital to go into things that used to be quite inefficient in the U.S., whether it's dental practices or roofing companies or services industry. You have capital pouring into all of these different levels that they didn't used to have easy access to. The rest of the world has more trouble with that in terms of deploying that, which is another reason a lot of capital is coming into the U.S. And I'm very bullish on that. I think, not only do we never even think about direct foreign investment, if you think about the U.S. when they talk about capital, all other countries talk about how much direct foreign investment they're getting. The U.S. never talks about it because there's so much of it that we take it for granted, which we shouldn't. But it's just across the board.
The great irony is people handle illiquid investments better than they do liquid investments, right? In other words, if you own something that you can sell at any time, your patience is a lot less. Whereas in the private equity markets, we always joke, people love being in the private equity markets because they don't price things every day, right?
Yeah, it's
you know,
every 5 years.
It's every 5 years, so it's out of sight and out of mind. I am unfortunately, the price of my and our company's common stock investments, you can find out every day. You can find out every minute of every trading day, whereas in the private equity world, now, here's the problem, and this might become a subject soon, is we you know, for years, interest rates in the United States went down for 40 years, and they bottomed during COVID at about 0.25%. And of course, that made people attracted to take risk. The risk premium went down as the interest rate went down.
A huge change.
So that was a huge source of liquidity. And then we get in COVID, and 2 different presidential administrations just pour federal borrowing, $12 trillion of monetized debt into the system. So one set of liquidity stopped in 2022 when the Fed raised rates 500 basis points. But the other one was already there and kept going, and that's why things have kept going the last couple of years, despite that 500 basis points. But if anything happens to the second one, if Musk has his way, that's kind of a humorous way of looking at it. Then if you cut back significantly on federal government spending, if the Fed's not going to provide the liquidity and the federal government's not providing the liquidity, who is going to provide the liquidity? And the answer is you pull it out of the stock market, and that's exactly what's been happening lately.
If I can also bring up, how many people know that we're about to, in 2025, have to refinance $9.7 trillion in U.S. loans? That's the largest ever done, and it is massive. So that means that the U.S. has borrowed everything on its credit card. The pension funds are even borrowed against, which most other countries don't do. So at some point, you have to slow down borrowing on your credit card, and you've got to start A, saving, B, spending, and this is the private equity liquidation opportunity. Right now, you are watching liquid cash floating around the world looking for places to land. And why? And to our point here, Arizona happens to be one of those places where a spotlight is on for this moment in time. Mining companies cannot compete with mining companies in Asia. So no matter how hard you want to try to be infrastructure related with minerals, there is no way that we can build mines fast enough in the United States or even in Canada. So this is something North America has to look at, much less build. We used to have 11 smelters between Arizona and Utah. We have 3. One is owned by a Mexican company that is barely movable. The second is owned by Freeport, and they have a nice one here, but we are having to ship all this copper by train, by boat, to a smelter in China, and God knows what that environmental footprint is all the way. But people will fight building a smelter in the United States because they're fearful of an environmental thing. The money is there to build it. The wherewithal to build it is there. The ability to make decisions and show leadership is 1 and 2 of the biggest problems that I see in the United States right now.
Well, gentlemen, I want to thank you all very much for this spirited discussion. And please, everyone, thank our panelists. As we wrap up, and thank you very much. Enjoy the conference.
And thank you very much. All of you, we appreciate your time. Bill, Glenn, Frank, and Greg, fantastic insights and some very wise words. I'd just like to clarify a couple of things regarding the streaming situation. Of course, we are live streaming on the International Economic Forum of the Americas YouTube channel, and we're also streaming on the City of Phoenix website. We had said sister cities. It's the City of Phoenix website, which is phoenix.gov. So for people streaming, we wanted to correct that information. And also, if you need Wi-Fi and the password, it's Phoenix Global Forum, but the password is simply Phoenix 2025. Once again, Phoenix 2025. Okay, that's it for now. We're going to go ahead and move on to our next session, Arizona's Copper Corridor, a catalyst for sustainable growth. This session is in proud collaboration with our amazing presenting partner, Resolution Copper. As we know, and if you don't know, you should, Arizona's Copper Corridor is poised to play a crucial role in the global shift toward a more sustainable, technologically driven economy. With this transformation comes both significant opportunities and, of course, challenges too. And today we have 4 distinguished panelists who will explore these topics in depth. So please join me in welcoming Victoria Pesce from Resolution Copper, Mila Besic, Mayor of Superior, Arizona, Tommy Boudreau from Wilmer Hale, Morgan Bazillion from the Colorado School of Mines, and Jordan Rose from the Rose Law Group, who will be moderating this session. It's going to be a fascinating conversation. But before we continue, we'd like you to turn your attention to the screen for a preview of the Conference of Montreal, an event by our co-organizer, the International Economic Forum of the Americas. And then immediately after that, we will hear a special message from our presenting partner, the City of Phoenix. So take a watch.
Our home in the desert. It holds a special place in our hearts, and now the world knows its magic. Phoenix is a place where rich and beautiful cultures meet a roaring economy that's ready to include your business. As mayor, I've worked to cultivate an incredible operating environment for businesses big and small, and the results are speaking for themselves. Phoenix is leading in the areas of advanced air mobility, aerospace technologies, autonomous vehicles, bioscience and healthcare innovation, climate tech, and entrepreneurship. It's no accident that Arizona's 4 biomedical innovation hubs reside in Phoenix, attracting world-renowned scientific collaborators, top-ranked institutes and hospitals, and accelerating breakthroughs in health and life sciences. Home to 10 Fortune 500 companies, including Avnet, Freeport, American Express, PetSmart, and others, Phoenix proves to be an exceptional city in which to scale and succeed. Phoenix's talent is world-class. Our city delivers an educated workforce ready to meet the needs of your business. Meeting those needs begins with the basics. Getting around our city is easy and efficient as you travel on a grid system with wide arterial streets and an expanding network of freeways and light rail. The average commute is under 30 minutes. On any given corner in Phoenix, you're likely to spot a robo-taxi whizzing to its destination without the assistance of a driver. That's because we're the largest autonomous vehicle zone in the world. And when your mission takes you further than the roads can, you experience America's #1 ranked airport, Phoenix Sky Harbor International Airport. With service to 25 international destinations and more being added every day, it's your gateway to the world. We have our eyes on the future, taking your ride to the sky with advanced air mobility. And we're not stopping there. Major players in advanced manufacturing have chosen Phoenix for good reason. Taiwan Semiconductor Manufacturing, TSMC's $65 billion investment, represents the largest foreign direct investment in America's history. We're adding a city within a city, 3,500 acres surrounding TSMC that will house upward of 70,000 jobs for our residents. Phoenix not only attracts big business, but also mega events that draw and captivate huge crowds, injecting millions into our local economy. We do it all with a strong sense of identity. From our world-renowned cultural sites to award-winning culinary creations, we're proud of who we are, where we come from, and where we're headed. Join the ranks of innovative companies forging their path for the city. The future is Phoenix.
right, well, welcome. We're really excited to be here. What a great morning. And this panel, we promise, will be hopefully not make you want to go to lunch. So how's that? I think let's just go down the row really quick and start with the mayor. Mayor, thank you for being here. I know none of these folks need an introduction, but just kind of introduce yourself for a few minutes.
Well, good afternoon, and Jordan Rose, our moderator today, thank you for leading us.
Thank you.
My name is Mila Besic. I'm the mayor of Superior, Arizona, home of the Resolution Copper Project, and I'm really excited to share our story today in the development of this monumental mine.
Thank you. Vicki, why don't you?
Yeah, good afternoon, everybody, and thanks, Jordan, for moderating. And I'm Vicki Pesce, and I run the Resolution Copper Mine and work closely with the people that are to my left.
Tommy.
Tommy Beaudreau. I'm formerly the Deputy Secretary of the Department of the Interior, and now I'm in private practice where I head up my firm's Energy, Environment, and Natural Resources practice.
And Morgan?
Good morning. My name is Morgan Bazillion. I'm a professor at the Colorado School of Mines, and previously I was a lead energy specialist at the World Bank.
Thank you. And their bios are in your packets. And my name's Jordan Rose, and I am the founder and president of a law firm called Rose Law Group, which is a large law firm here. And just to be completely transparent, I represent Resolution Copper, and have been honored to do that for many years. So thank you for that. So I will be only asking softball questions to Vicki, but the rest of you, no, I'm just kidding. Mayor, why don't you set the stage for what has happened in Superior? It's been, gosh, a decade or longer, and give us kind of the trajectory of this phenomenal Resolution Copper mine.
Well, for those not familiar with Superior, Arizona, we have been a historic mining town in Arizona, founded in 1882, with really some innovative mining from the very beginning with our founder, Colonel Boyce Thompson, who also founded the Boyce Thompson Arboretum. So fascinating history there. But in 1982, the mine shut down, and that really changed the trajectory of our community. Again, economic conditions, affected that, access to the ore body that was available. And roughly in the early 2000s, Rio Tinto came on board with the Resolution Copper Project, began their exploration, and we've been on almost a 2 decades long journey now between passing legislation in Congress, all the way in through one of the world's or the nation's largest and most complex environmental impact statements. My community, and I have a council member here with me today, we've been leading this through since about 2016, going through the EIS process, the more in-depth process, which has required developing mitigations around water, the environment, socioeconomics. And we've really done things differently for Superior, which has changed our economic diversification opportunities, from developing workforce development programs and community opportunities for us to thrive. And I think what's been state of the art about what we've done differently is our Good Neighbor Agreement, which brings all the communities affected by this project into the forum to make sure that we're all keeping each other accountable. I know one of my fellow mayors here is Gil Madrid from the town of Miami, and one of their council members. So, we've all been working on this together because this project will impact our economies in huge ways while respecting our economic DNA, which has been mining traditionally.
Thank you for that. And just to follow up on the Good Neighbor Agreement, that's a concept that I think Resolution Copper and Superior and then the others have really bonded together over. What are some of the elements of that?
The elements really are a format for us to continue talking before we end up into litigation, before we end up in situations where we're not able to communicate. And also, we've learned a lot from historic mining practices. How do we better preserve and protect our cultural assets, our environmental resources? So our community working group, governed by our Good Neighbor Agreement, helps us keeps all of us honest, working together. And also, when we faced other issues, whether it's been the Telegraph fire, it's really brought together our region in a good, meaningful way. So we're more adept at working together. But most importantly, it's a forum so that way we can keep tabs of what's happening on the environmental side of things, on our development side. And, we're really proud of that because we wanted to do something. We wanted to make sure what we did was differently and we wanted this to last for generations. Most of our agreements are life of mine agreements, so they're going to have to last for generations to come. And my family's been there for 5 generations, so I'm hoping in another 3 or 4 generations there'll still be members of my family engaged and involved in making sure that this project truly is everything it says we're going to be.
That's wonderful. And some of you are not from here, and I would recommend highly that you go down to Superior just to see it is such a cool town. It's preserved as it was, very historic. And then Boyce Thompson Arboretum is one of the best desert botanical garden experiences you can have in the world. So it would be well worth your time, and I'm sure she's happy to give you a tour. So, Vicki, why don't you tell us from Resolution Copper's perspective, where are we in that process? There's so many different permits and all of those kinds of things.
Yeah, no, absolutely. So let me, and I know Morgan will talk about this a little bit more, but just sort of set the stage about, globally, we see demand for copper is going to be strong and will be strong for the next many decades. By 2040, we'll probably need about 3 times the amount of copper that we produce today. And it's things like, artificial intelligence applications, data centers, all the way to everything energy security that you can imagine. There is nothing that conducts energy more efficiently than copper. So, to sort of set the stage for that in the United States, we import about 50% of our copper needs. And over the last few decades, we've seen that really the copper industry in a bit of decline. We have not brought on new supply for a very long time, so we have about a handful of mines that operate and produce that 50% that we produce here. And same thing with processing. So we used to have about 24 smelters and refineries up until about the late 1980s, and today we have 2. So we're lucky that this deposit, the mayor mentioned that we're in the copper corridor. This is an area that has had and seen mining for over 100 years. It's been really the fabric of the economy for a very long period of time. So Resolution Copper is a geologic marvel. It is 1.5% copper, which is unusually high, with 2 billion tons, and it is located in the footprint of an existing copper mine that operated for many, many decades a long time ago called Magma Copper. So it's a brownfield re-expansion of an existing mine. And the mayor talked a lot about Good Neighbor Agreement. It's been about co-design with communities. So working together with the Copper Triangle communities, there's 6 of them, 11 Native American tribes that have ancestral ties to the project, and we rolled up our sleeves, all got to the table, and worked on how this mine would be, located, all of the components of it. And we talk about this a lot. The best new mine is one that you can't see. Resolution will be underground, and the majority of the components have been located in a way that you won't see it, you won't notice it. And some of the really the good parts about that is the standard is higher today. So we must produce copper in a way that society demands of us, in a way that local communities feel is acceptable, and that we could be good neighbors, really going back to the heart of the Good Neighbor Agreement. So it's underground. It's a brownfield expansion of an existing. We reclaim as we go. If we didn't do that, that was a deal breaker for local communities. And we are producing copper with a very low amount of water. And the water that we have, the more that we're able to be efficient and save, the more that we can share with others. So we share with local communities, with utilities. We donated 7 billion gallons of water to farmers so they pump less groundwater, and then for nature as well.
Talk a little bit about that Good Neighbor Agreement. Is that something that you sort of pioneered at this point, or how did that go?
It's a good idea that I'd say we ripped off and duplicated from another mine in Montana, but it's really about, over a decade ago, we kind of got together and formed a community working group. And this is about citizens, communities, groups and organizations that had an interest in Resolution Copper, and it was to set up a forum for transparent, good faith, two-way dialogue. It is really how we co-designed the mine. We did it over a decade, and so the Good Neighbor Agreement is just formalizing that good faith approach in a life of mine agreement to make sure that we're both working together. And we talk about resolution issues, we talk about non-resolution issues, but we're all neighbors. We all work together for really the greater good, so everybody wins.
Just to add to that, Jordan, when we're talking about tailings and we're talking about water, that that good neighbor agreement and that community working group is really what helped us to establish really good values and values-based. I mean, and kind of like a family discussion. I mean, we had some tough conversations with all of our peers at the table. And there's always been room for opposition groups to sit at that community working group table. So I think this is really proof that good business can happen. And for a small town like Superior, we don't have a tremendous amount of resources. We don't have a tremendous amount of policy advisors. So we had to do the work to get involved with the environmental impact statement, understand what that meant for our community, and communicate not only with the feds, but also with the company itself. So I think we've shown that there's good models that can be made to make critical mineral development in America a little bit easier if we can follow some of the models that we've done here.
Before I leave both of you for a second and go to the kind of more global perspective, talk about what the economic impact is to the state of Arizona, the town of Superior.
Yeah, so it's about $1 billion a year of economic impact to the state of Arizona. It is, today we have about 350 to 400 people that report to work, and that's just to keep the lights on. So you can see when we actually get into operations, construction, that those numbers quickly start to move up. So the jobs numbers are in the thousands. The economic impact is in $1 billion a year. Hundreds of millions in wages and benefits, federal income tax, county tax, but really not, the economic benefits of the taxes and the wages and the, obviously capital that goes in, but it's also about the agreements that we make and how we share the benefits broader with our local communities as well. So everything from water to economic development. So there'd be a lot more than just kind of what you see in the environmental impact statement.
And that's where the environmental impact statement was so important, especially to the local economy for Superior, is that we learned Arizona's taxing structure, all of the 91 cities and towns across the state truly benefit from the economic taxes that all of our extraction industry pays. Very little of it comes back to the communities of impact. And so when we went and started evaluating that, and we had economists look at it and everything, Resolution and Rio Tinto were able to say, okay, we have to do some emergency services agreements. We have to do these economic development agreements. We have to do this, longer range planning, because for a small town like Superior, there's not a huge, we don't have a big nest egg to handle the impact that's coming our way, let alone to truly leverage this. So I really appreciate that because of the Good Neighbor Agreement, because of CWG, we had those pretty tough conversations, because this is a very new mine in our region. And so I know it's helping some of our other communities make impacts. Why are these communities have billion-dollar industries right in our backyard, yet we're kind of trying to, we don't have the same resources as our more urban partners might because of population density.
Well, I would just say, thank you for your leadership, Mayor. It's phenomenal what you've been able to accomplish so far, and the best is really yet to come. So that is exceptionally exciting. Tommy, you were in the position as the Deputy Secretary of the Interior, and now we see the new administration has come out with many executive orders, some of which I assume help the mining industry in some ways or allow for quicker permitting. Can you talk a little bit about what the latest executive orders have meant to mining or copper production?
It really, as the Mayor said, it is a historic moment in time. And there's been a lot of emphasis, and Morgan's been the sort of forefront on tracking this for many decades. There's been a lot of anticipation on bringing critical minerals capacity and supply online. In the previous administration, it got a good amount of attention, and now in the current administration, in a way that is really unprecedented, the White House has put mineral development, including especially copper, front and center of federal policy. And so there's been a number of executive orders. It seems like there's a new one every day. But on March 20th, President Trump signed an executive order specifically focused on immediate actions to increase American mineral supply. And that executive order had a number of features that actually coincide with and are incredibly complementary to the Resolution Copper project. First, it actually talks about copper. And so as many of you are aware, there's always been this kind of silly discussion. I think it's silly. I think most people in this field think it's silly about, what is a critical mineral? And the fact is copper, whatever adjective you want to use about it, it's absolutely essential to the build out of our modern economy for all the reasons that Vicki talked about. And so one exciting feature of that executive order is it kind of puts that silly debate aside and says the United States needs to produce more copper. And then it also directs the agencies to prioritize particular projects. And that's where Resolution Copper, in my mind, comes in. It's been a long road, many decades, but there's no project that is as shovel-ready to start meeting the United States and global demand on copper than Resolution Copper. And so for folks who have lived it as long as the town of Superior and Arizona and the folks involved in the project, it has been a long tail. For the rest of America, it's going to be like, holy cow, it happened. And it's there for us exactly when we need it. There is a lot of emphasis on permitting. How do you permit a mine in this country? How do you make the process work in a way that is inclusive, brings the community together and vets issues? And that's where Resolution Copper comes in as well, I believe, is truly a model for that type of community engagement as well as analytical, science-driven process through the environmental impact statement that the mayor talked about, as well as all of these, in my view, innovative measures, including the Good Neighbor policy, including emergency services, to help communities have autonomy and have a stake in the development. One of what I think are really exciting features of it that the mayor and Vicki and the entire team have put a lot of thought into is exactly the issue mentioned before, where anytime you have a large project, there's economic benefits, and sometimes those benefits go into the Treasury in Washington, D.C., and the people on the ground never see it. And part of what has developed throughout this process and the community engagement, including with tribes, has been really thoughtful approaches to make sure that the communities here in Superior, here in Arizona, actually see the benefits of the project. And so we all feel the urgency. The president has communicated the urgency, and the trick is how do you convert that urgency into actual mineral production in the United States, reliable sourcing, dependable sourcing with the economic benefit where it belongs. And through a lot of hard work over many decades, the timing sometimes comes together, and you're able to point to Resolution as, in some ways, a model to make all of that come together.
Thank you for that. And I think you said this is the most shovel-ready project in America right now. Is that accurate?
Yeah, and you won't see the shovels, but there will be shovels.
Shovel hidden ready.
Yeah.
Tommy's been down 7,000 feet, so he knows we just point the jumbo and we're ready to go.
That's great. So what does that what does that mean as compared to other projects that are pending permitting around the country, or what are your thoughts on that?
So this is, and again, as somebody who has been involved in these issues for a long time, that's always part of the conversation is this recognized need for all the reasons Vicki and the mayor talked about, that we need these materials and we need them online as quickly as possible for lots of reasons, including the geopolitical reasons that Morgan will talk about. And then the question is, how do you make it happen? And these types of projects do take many, many years to bring online. And so the fact that Resolution is there to demonstrate to the American people and the world that this can actually happen, we can actually do these things, is a really momentous occasion.
And that's because much mining is done out of the country, just as Vicki said. What did you say, 50% of our copper is imported right now?
That's correct, yeah. And you know, big copper deposits like this are really, you know, this increasing copper supply on the kind of scale and scope that we're talking about with Resolution Copper is a multi-decade endeavor. So when we talked about $1 billion a year to Arizona's economy, it is over 60 plus years. And then the front end of that, there's, you know, new oil supply maybe can bring on in months to a few years. Copper just takes a little bit longer, but we're ready. We're ready to do it fast, and we're very excited about it.
Well, thank you for that, and thank you, Tommy, for the context. Morgan, why don't you talk a little bit? You've been studying supply, demand, need for copper in our country and the global economy for decades. Can you talk to that with Resolution?
Yeah, sure. Thanks very much for having me. It's a pleasure to be on the panel. So I'll just start where Tommy left off there, which is it's a once in a millennia inflection point for the mining industry writ large globally. And what I mean by that is that as one of our oldest industries, humankind's oldest industries, it's been demonized for the last 100 or 200 years by communities and by environmental organizations and by others. And now it's very clear that, as Vicki said, these materials or these metals are fundamental to our modern economies and becoming more so. And so changing that narrative from mining as a dirty industry to one that is going to supply a affordable and clean and modern and robust and vibrant economy is the key inflection point. And then everything else can fall from there. And if you think of mining, we can talk about the global down to the very, very local. And so at the global level, right now, at least in the United States, the ongoing economic trade war between the United States and especially China, even though now we sort of have a trade war with everyone. The trade war with China is especially significant to minerals and mining and what we call critical minerals, because while Vicki said we import 50% of our copper, we import 80 to 100% of many of these other critical minerals. And so there is a distinct power battle raging between the United States and China, and that's been ongoing for the last 10 years or so, and just ramping up. In other words, the tit for tat between the United States and China is just getting worse and worse. And so we just saw new export controls that China placed on the United States for a number of rare earth minerals and some other things just this week after the tariffs were placed on China by the United States. So we have a global imperative to do something. At the national level, it's very clear that we want to. It's hard to see the United States dominating in minerals and mining, but what I'd like to see is at least us becoming significant on that global supply chain. So it doesn't have to be, we don't have to produce all of the world's or all of our needs domestically, but we certainly should start mining something, and it's taking far too long to get those things going. And there's several projects that are shovel ready in very different kinds of markets, but this project in particular is attractive. The parent companies for Resolution are two of the biggest mining companies in the world, and they put, $3 billion so far into this mine. That's simply not possible for most projects because, as the mayor has said, most places, cities, or companies do not have that kind of capital or cannot get access to that capital, especially over a long time frame. And so that's very significant. And then we can go down to the state level, and really Arizona could dominate copper, right? I mean, it could become one of the most important copper locations in the world. And Phoenix, just outside here, you see, I'm sorry to say it, Vicki, the Freeport's building, you can see from the entrance to this building, and they're producing copper here in Arizona. And then down to the local of the town of Superior, which is making great strides in, you know, it's very difficult to engage with big companies and big projects if you're a small town, and Superior seems to have done a superb job of that. And then all the way to the hyper local, and that's engagement with the Native American tribes. And that too is not easy, and it's complex, but it seems that most of those tribes and the local community are on board and ready for this to go, like we all are.
Thank you for that. And what is the context of spending $3 billion to get to this point? Give us some context with regard to other mines and spending or something like that.
Well, to anyone,
it's a lot of money.
It's a tremendous amount of money. And, you know, if we talk about the executive order, one of the things that clearly came out in the executive order was the media caught the permitting aspects, but one of the bigger aspects that's written several times in this new Trump administration executive order from March 20th, did you say, is around finance and different ways to use both public and private finance in some sort of, well, that's a cliche at this point, but in some sort of creative fashion. And so you see organizations not typically mentioned in mining, domestic mining, like something called the DFC, the Development Finance Corporation, which is actually set up to fund things internationally, as well as something called the Exim Bank, which is also was set up originally to look at international things that now we're turning domestically. And there are mines, several mines in the United States that even if they got funding from the government, say through, I'm sorry to use so many acronyms, it's horrific, the DPA, the Defense Production Act, gave on the order of tens of millions of dollars to some mines, both here and in Canada. But if you don't have either an enormous and strong balance sheet, you have to have financing that is a offtake agreement, so a demand side, like where's your product going to go? Do you have any faith in the market to price these things? And so that's been a huge problem for a lot of the markets that are mining smaller minerals and metals, like these rare earths. And copper is lucky in that the market is fairly transparent and we can see the price. The price over the last week has been absolutely crazy for reasons we can go into around tariffs and Chinese buying and limits on processing and smelting and all kinds of stuff. But look, financing is one of, or the biggest hurdle, because keep in mind, the money that goes into these things is global, right? So it's fungible. It can float to different parts of the map. It doesn't need to go to the United States or somewhere else. And if you have a fungible commodity and they're funding and they're looking around and saying, well, this industry is going to take me 3 decades before I'm producing revenue, why on earth would I go into it? I'll just come back to it in 3 decades. But that's not how the mining industry works. And so there's this very difficult gap that really only the huge majors can have that patience. But even they don't have endless patience with that capital because their shareholders won't let them. And so that's even more reason to make sure this quickly.
That's fascinating. Vicki, could you talk a little bit about the patience that your company and the other companies involved have shown and how that works and how a balance sheet is possible to fund such a project?
Yeah, Look, anytime you're bringing on something of this scale and magnitude, you just have to have the patience, because it takes a long time to make sure, right? We have 6 local communities on our doorstep, 11 Native American tribes, we cover 2 counties. There's a lot of stakeholders that have something to say about this, and we truly did want to take no cutting corners, this co-design approach where everybody got to the table and everybody got to look in and see and help us, where are we going to put power lines? Where are we going to put processing facilities? How is the impacts of the mine? Should we mine all deposits? Should we not mine some of it? Should we, what are the important features around the area? And where are other alternatives that we can place facilities? We did 60,000 acres of detailed 100% landscape level surveys. So we understood all the locations of seeps and springs, medicinal plants, recreational facilities, important geologic features, and ancestral sites. So evidence of the past left behind by, modern day tribes. And with that level of data, then we could have true, transparent, informed decision-making by local communities, by tribes, and we can all feel good about where certain facilities have been located. So that just takes time, and it has to take time. It has to be genuine, authentic, transparent, and everybody has to be bought into it. So that's, obviously just the way things go. With large companies like Rio Tinto and BHP, I echo what Morgan said. It's a long-term, right, project. These are multi-generational, and nothing is cheap and nothing is easy. So they plan for these projects, right? And obviously when you have better certainty of permitting, it's much, much easier to do. And it feels like we're kind of entering that kind of era today.
Thank you for that. And maybe, Tommy, can you talk a little bit about the Defense Protection Act and how that plays into this situation, especially with the Trump administration's?
Yeah, it's a really interesting feature of the executive order, as Morgan described it, of like trying to address the investment in the capital side. And one of the mechanisms that has been put forward potentially for use is the Defense Production Act. And so the DPA is a post-World War II, Cold War statute that was meant to enable the federal government to relatively quickly mobilize industry to meet national security imperatives. And part of what the Trump administration has done is define the need for critical minerals and these materials as a national security imperative, among other things. And so in doing so, hopes to unlock those authorities under the DPA. And so what the Defense Production Act can do is essentially provide funding opportunities into the industry to help offset some of those advanced, very significant capital outlays that are necessary to bring something like a significant mining project online. Another feature, which goes to something Morgan was talking about, is offtake. And so using the federal government essentially as a customer, because among other things, the federal government has a massive need for materials like copper. And so to front load all of that and provide certainty in who your customers are going to be and what the offtake's going to look like has a lot of potential as well. And so, part of what's going to be fun about figuring all of this out is how these authorities can be applied in a way that does provide a meaningful boost to the projects, but it's been communicated that the tools are available.
So the federal government could come in now as an off-taker, or how does that work?
Part of what the EO does is directs Department of Defense, among others, to provide, off-take agreements, including, mechanisms like loans and leases in order to, again, give certainty to mining operators so that they can advance a project into production.
Thank you. Maybe we could talk, Mayor and Vicki especially, about the balance between the critical minerals supply needs and environmental sustainability, and how you've seemed to be achieving both of those things.
Well, I think obviously having a good open dialogue with your partner at the table is important. You know, we had to really delve deep, and I got to give our town manager a lot of credit for really reading this, you know, what was like a 3,000-page document in the timeline in which to communicate back to the federal government. We could talk about NEPA reform maybe a little bit to make it meaningful. But, you know, it took us all taking in the cultural value and aesthetics, our council knowing those important places where we recreate, those important places that, you know, we know where there's, you know, water issues and things like that, and having that dialogue. And knowing that we have to have balance. Mining's part of our economic DNA. Growing up in Superior and understanding the magnitude of this particular ore deposit, I tell our youth that, you know, you remember the minerals coming from our communities is what runs the world. The world doesn't run without, you know, the hard workers of Superior and Globe and Miami that are there working to bring these minerals to life, and we have to protect that and also embrace innovative technologies, because there's always going to probably be some critical minerals that we're going to have to access, and how are we going to do that in the future? There's obviously for us protecting the Boyce-Thompson Arboretum, protecting our riparian areas that are important to us as a community, and as, you know, what's good for our environment. So I'm hoping that our young people right now are paying attention to these conversations so they can be part of these conversations well into the future, because we live in such a fast-paced world. Understanding what's to come and knowing that we're going to have to maintain innovation and manage balance is going to be very important.
Yeah, and I'll just add on just a couple of things. You know, we got down to the minutia of traffics, like impact analysis and what roads would be traveled on, and what you know, so there's elements of our agreement that go that far. Noise, lighting, we talked about water, and obviously we don't want to see facilities, the color of things, how they blend in. Just about anything you can imagine was a discussion point, and for what's not covered in the EIS is covered in an agreement with a commitment to the town of Superior. We talked about emergency services. We will need emergency services, but we don't want to tax the town of Superior. So for the 1 or 2, 3 times that we need a call, we want to make sure that the town is ready to go. At the same time, you're set to serve your community members who are our employees. You know, we talked about the 350 to 400 people that report to work on a daily basis. About 90% live in what we call the local area, from the San Carlos Apache tribe to the town of Superior and the other communities in between. So one day, somebody from one of those communities should be sitting in my seat and running the mine, and they want to raise their family in the communities that they were born and raised in with this mine that's a neighbor, that's an economic driver. So they'll be watching it from the inside and from the outside.
Thank you for that. Can you talk a little bit about the innovation that you're going to use in the mine?
Yeah, and maybe I'll start with the first thing is, you know, technology is really key, and it's about pulling every bit of value you can out of this ore body, but also doing so in a way that keeps everybody safe and healthy, including the workforce, contractors, and the community. So a couple of things. We talked about critical minerals earlier. You know, obviously this is a big copper deposit, but there's about a dozen critical mineral co-products that can be pulled out of this deposit. And we can do that because the operator of Resolution Rio Tinto has one of the last 2 operating smelters and refineries left in our neighboring state of Utah. So the way that critical mineral co-products, they're not mined in their own right, but things like indium and gallium and germanium, talking about export bans from other countries, you know, we have those in our deposit, and we can pull them out on those downstream processes. Rhenium, there's so many. So I think the science, the technology about pulling every bit of value that you can out of this deposit is an amazing, you know, universities and lots of partners to do that. So technology is we're able to employ the best of the best because of our partners and suppliers, but it is everything from automation, which isn't about replacing jobs, it's about better jobs. So your kids or my kids, all of our kids actually who are gamers today have that really amazing hand-eye coordination. Well, they could be our future operators of equipment 7,000 feet below the ground, but sitting in an air-conditioned control room on the surface.
I was wondering what my kids were going to do. So.
We should test them out. I think they would be very good at it. They're amazing what they can do. The other thing, like, you know, we talk about data and machine learning. The way that the human brain all the amount of geologic data underground and how you can predict the conditions underground before you get there, and how all the components of the rock interact. We can't comprehend that, but in machine learning you can do that. So you can do these predictions on what type of geology that you're going to encounter before you get there, and it literally pops out at you, and that's about being safe. That's about knowing what's coming. And of course we have, Wi-Fi all the way down to the bottom as well, so we're able to instrument all of that, all the way to electrical safety and remote racking of breakers in and out of big electrical panels. There's just so much innovation and technology that is the look and feel of this mine won't be like anything you've ever seen.
So what about the workforce? What are you doing with that? And Mayor, you can certainly comment.
It's partners, the local schools, the technical colleges, the universities, everybody is going to be helping us with this. We have an apprentice program. We will have to build the workforce ourselves, and we have been doing that over the last couple of decades. It'll be lots of engineers, lots of journeyman electricians, journeyman mechanics, instrument techs, welders, and there is a large amount of people with a high amount of unemployment in the local area that just want that chance and just want that opportunity. We did we have that apprentice program. It's been baked in, and we're able to rapidly bring on that new skill very quickly. Plus, we do have lots of operations across the United States, so we already have that skill set in other states that we can bring in to help us out a little bit. But really it's today, and some of the kids that you used to babysit 10, 15 years ago graduated high school, and today they're running the mine, right? They're supervisors, superintendents. So if you put the effort in and give people a chance, they can do it.
She's a good babysitter, I would imagine.
Well, I can actually say, I think one of the moments where we can identify success for Superior and the magnitude of this project was I'm seeing the peers of my children who graduated, just in the last 5 or 6 years, well, almost 10 years ago now. It's hard to believe how much time has passed. But they're gainfully employed in the community, and they have these jobs. They're buying homes. They are investing in the community, and they are having their families. And so we're really starting to see that uptick of the reinvestment in our community and those multi-generational families, which is important in small communities with the extraction-based industry. I think there's a culture and a history with that. But because we were lacking so many opportunities, working with Resolution, we have brought on our Superior Enterprise Center, which is doing entrepreneurial development. It's doing basic job training opportunities by working with Pinal County. But then we have our welding program, which by far we're going into our 4th semester, the first 3 semesters, 4 classes completely filled. And it's not just Resolution that is now looking to hire these newly certified welders. It's all the local mines. We have 6 world-class mines within 15 miles of Superior. And if we're thinking far into the vision, I would love for Superior to be the home of an innovative mining sustainability educational campus. We need to be thinking about that future, because critical minerals is, we're all going to be depending on it.
That's a great vision, and it seems that you guys are bringing it to reality, which is amazing and wonderful to watch. Morgan, can you talk a little bit about the price of copper and how that fluctuates and how that plays into the global markets, and that this project can be done?
Yeah, if you don't mind, I just wanted to pick up on the last thread, which is workforce. So when I go to conferences for my sins all over the world on infrastructure, and in the last couple years, the main obstacle to building anything at all, buildings, power lines, mines, is workforce. The largest EPC contractors in the world can build you just about anything, and they shy away from politics, so they're happy to build something if you have the money. And the obstacle is people and a trained workforce. And I think that gets lost in the soaring rhetoric of politics. And the way it gets done is arrangements like this, where you make a compelling case for our gamer children to contribute to society and contribute to these important projects. So we, at the School of Mines, we consider ourselves, we've been ranked the best mining engineering program in the world for quite a while. But the scale of the people we're putting out, we put out about 100 mining engineers a year, which is about 50% of the United States total. And it is 20 to 50 times less than China is putting out. And so if you pay attention to these political whims and narratives in DC about abundance and building a lot of things, that will remain the largest obstacle. So seeing dedicated real programs on specific skill sets is exactly the way to do it. And we're grateful for the support from Resolution and BHP and Rio and Freeport and others around our Native American Mining and Energy Sovereignty Initiative. And part of that initiative is supporting Native American students, not just to do undergraduate, but to do all the way up to doctoral level work so that the companies can engage with these experts that are tribal members and on tribes. And so that, I think, is hugely important. The other thing I wanted to pick up, which is also really important that Vicki said, totally different, are these co-products, these secondary or tertiary products. This is a little bit in the weeds, perhaps, so I won't go all the way into the weeds with you, but those are the co-products, those some of the elements that Vicki mentioned are, one, exactly on the export bans list from China. Two, they're also the things that the Department of Defense or the various military units need the most, including for things like space solar power and other things that most people don't think about. And they're the ones where you could see the financial arrangements from the Pentagon or from the public sector helping. So the financial, the public finance are not unlimited, and so if we can focus them to incentivizing someone like Resolution Copper to produce those co-products, that's the best use of that funding, as opposed to just giving a big amount to a thing. And lastly, I'll say, for most of these critical minerals, so the USGS has a list. We have 3 different critical minerals lists in the United States, one from the USGS, one from the Department of Energy that I'm not sure is going to stay up, and then one from the Department of Defense, and then we have several classified ones of the Department of Defense. The only one that looks to the future and deals with materials and not just elements is the Department of Defense. And so in that way, you can think of it as the most sophisticated of the 3. And as Tommy said, we've just added some on the executive order. So copper, potash, uranium, and something else. For almost all of those critical minerals, say the number's 50, for 45 of them, you can't find a good price on your phone. So if anyone here looks on their phone, or their gamer children looks on their phone, you could tell me the price of oil in Dubai, in West Texas, or in the North Sea in 2 seconds. You can't do that for any of the minerals that Vicki mentioned outside of copper. And so copper is sort of lucky in as much as you have the ability to find a price and then make a reasonable, you have a futures price, you have a spot price, you can make a reasonable guess to make a big investment. For these other ones, you simply can't do that. So you go to a boardroom and your board says, what's the price of our good today? That you can't even tell them. You can't tell them if it's in dollars or yuan. You can't tell them what there's a risk instrument, et cetera, et cetera. So that's another really important piece of this puzzle.
And that's because they haven't traded, or because they're so rare, or
Yeah, it's mostly about their scale. They're tiny, and the fact that China dominates most of the refined product coming onto the market, and so a lot of it's priced in yuan, and most of it's bilateral. So you have no transparency.
Interesting. Okay, so we only have about 5 more minutes, and I'd like to talk a little bit about the relationships that you've made and been able to sustain with the Native American communities and how you've worked with them, maybe Vicki and Mayor and anybody who wants to jump in about that since it's so important.
Yeah, and I think would appreciate the mayor's thoughts on this because she has been so helpful, and actually so has Morgan and so has Tommy in helping us develop those relationships. It's been more than a decade, really, of developing relationships. There are 11 Native American tribes with ancestral ties to the area, and it has been a bit slow, but opening our doors, letting everybody in. Everybody has a seat at the table to shape what this project will look like. And it really started with the United States Forest Service. I have to give them quite a bit of credit at the beginning because they do lots of projects on the Tonto National Forest. They have relationships with tribes that span beyond Resolution Copper, and they're very important to them. And so they, by their good grace, introduced us to the 11 Native American tribes that they normally consult with. And through the EIS process, we got to know each other. We got to listen to them. We got to step into their shoes and sort of see the issues through their eyes. And likewise, they were able to do the same with us. And so this co-design process really came about with something that was called the Tribal Monitor Program. Now, it's not a great name for it, but whenever we were faced with looking at putting facilities in different locations, right? We went 200 miles around the project, look at 30 different locations for different facilities. We whittled it down to 5. Then it was time to do this very detailed 100% survey on the ground to know what it was that we would be impacting and what we needed to avoid. And that's when the tribe said, well, we'll help you with that. And they worked alongside, the tribes picked people from their community to work alongside us, and they gathered the data from their perspective, and then they were able to form connections actually with their elders to talk about what they saw, their adventures, the fun they had. I mean, it was more than just a boring archaeology report. It was something that was very meaningful, and the elders couldn't get on the ground, but their people were their eyes and ears, and so then they were able to provide feedback to the United States Forest Service and us, and then we were able to make meaningful change. And really as the collective voice of the local communities plus the tribes that drove significant change to the project plan. And then after we got through that, then we got to talk about the good stuff, which is the mitigation measures and the benefits. And so there are, very similar to what we have with the town and local communities, tribes wanted support for cultural preservation projects, for employment, for youth opportunities, and for education. So we were able to work on those, and one of them was the Emery Oak program. So Emery Oak is an important cultural species. It's a tree in the Western Apache culture. And for many years, it's been in decline, mostly in forest because of poor management practices associated with overgrazing. So we have these very old trees that are 100 and 150 years old and no young ones coming up. And so they're not very sustainable groves. So we've been working with those tribes for 5 years now to restore the groves so they're around for generations to come. So it's just been a great experience. And today we co-manage our private land with Native American tribes. Just like we have with the local communities, we have agreements around the things that they want to work with, and it has changed the whole way that we look at mining.
And just to add to that, I think the work that Resolution's done with the tribal organizations and the tribal monitoring program, it's that added checks and balances, right? We're in the flux of having the pros and cons conversation. And all of that comes with accountability on both sides, that we are all willing to be at the table and talk about what is going to matter most, knowing that we all use and benefit from critical minerals. And just last week, we had a really great sit-down meeting in Superior with several of the tribal leaders that have been part of this conversation. And it was kind of heartwarming to be there because you realize that we all went through this EIS process with our eyes on very much different subjects. But yet we all wanted what was best for our communities. And one of the tribal members coming saying, I'm so glad to hear you're okay with water because we've worried for your people and water. And so those dialogues are happening in meaningful ways that I think will be beneficial. And we've done so much work with our outdoor trails, and I think the stories of the Zuni that the Zuni tribe has shared, I would love to see us have more of that interpreted history of people who have wandered, who have had a part of our community at one point, decades and decades and generations and eons ago, that those stories continue to be told. And we can do that because we have all this great research now.
Thank you for that. I'm going to go down the row and just ask you a quick question. It's going to be, you have a minute left, so you have like 10 seconds to respond to the question about, when you think of this project, what is the emotion or what is the feeling that you have for the future of the Resolution Copper Project in Superior, Arizona? And I will start with the mayor.
We are excited, hopeful, and optimistic. We're ready to lead this project through.
Ready to lead.
I would echo that, but also this is about families, right? Generations of families, a generational project, keeping people in the copper corridor and rebuilding sort of the glory that used to exist in this forgotten part of rural Arizona that isn't going to be forgotten anymore.
In almost every conversation I have with you, Vicki, you say something like, do you know how many people we employ from there? I mean, it's just like as a matter of conversation, casual conversation, and you really live that, and that is really cool. Tommy?
Yeah, I would say a model or a template or a innovative path that can really help unlock additional minds and provide people with a way to look at this.
It's unwise to end a quick question to an academic, but I will say that it's
Don't
very,
call me unwise.
It's very easy to make soaring, high-level political rhetoric, and it's very difficult to get individual projects done and through. And so I think it's time for this one to get working.
Thank you for that, and I appreciate you saying it is a once in a millennial time frame here for Resolution Copper and this historic project in Arizona. And thank you all. Thank you to the panelists. Your expertise is really wonderful, and your leadership. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Victoria, Mayor Besich, Tommy, Morgan, and Jordan. What an eventful first morning. Unbelievable. And a big thank you to all of the panelists who shared their insights with us today. So a lot of great information, much more to come this afternoon. Right now, though, we are going to prepare to break for a networking luncheon. It will start at noon in Ballroom C, but for about 15 minutes, go out and mingle. You can go to the lounge area, take a break, relax before we do start our luncheon. Very delighted to have Dr. Lily McElwee, President and CEO of the Phoenix Committee on Foreign Relations, and Adjunct Fellow at the Center for Strategic and International Studies, known as CSIS, in conversation with Ian Curtis, founder of C Squared. Together, they are going to be brave, and they are going to delve into trade, technology, and tensions in U.S.-China relations. Should be interesting, but wait, there's more. We are also going to have a very, very special presentation. There is going to be the presentation of the flags performed by the students from the Thunderbird Global School of Management. So that's going to be something really special to watch as well. Also, be sure once again to share your favorite session or moment from this morning on social media. Also, please don't forget to use our official event hashtag PHX Global Forum. So be sure to also tag our co-hosts, the International Economic Forum of the Americas and Phoenix Sister Cities. We'd also love to hear your thoughts, your feedback on this morning's sessions. Let us know which part of a session or a specific topic really stood out as your favorite. So we will be reconvening here for our afternoon sessions. To those streaming online, we'll be back at about 1:30. We are going to be featuring discussions on the sustainable grid, reindustrialization, and autonomous mobility. So bon appetit, and we'll see you back here this afternoon. Thank you. Welcome back, everyone. If you could all take a seat, we can go ahead and resume our afternoon sessions that are going to be exciting and fantastic. Hope all of you enjoyed lunch, and welcome back to all of you streaming online. Of course, you can do it on IEFA's YouTube channel, or just go to the City of Phoenix website, phoenix.gov, if you'd like to stream our afternoon sessions and program. And I'm happy to be MC here from the fabulous city of Phoenix, Arizona. My name is Heidi Fogelsong, and we are broadcasting live from the Phoenix Convention Center in the heart of downtown Phoenix, where the weather is fabulous. Anyway, hope all of you had a great luncheon, had a chance to do some networking. For all of you streaming online, buckle up, get ready. We've got some really innovative topics and conversations to cover this afternoon for our conference. All right, just a quick reminder here in the house, keep your phones silent. And also, don't forget to use the hashtag PHX Global Forum if you are posting on social media. And of course, share it with Sister Cities, one of the main sponsors of this event, as well as IEFA. Also, for your safety, just a housekeeping item, exit at the back of this ballroom B. If for some reason there would need to be an evacuation, you know where to go. Same place in, same place out. Also, once again, thank you, partners of the Phoenix Global Forum, year 2, second time in a row. All of you have helped make this event possible. I know that Phoenix Sister Cities and IEFA are truly grateful also for the support that sponsors have shown. So we want to take a minute to thank all of these sponsorship partners as well. Of course, our presenting partners, Resolution Copper and the City of Phoenix, our gold partner, Salt River Project, our bronze partners, Freeport, McMoran, Niagara, Canada, and the Government of Quebec. Our media partners, Phoenix Business Journal, Axios, and Hill Times. And our event partners, CompuGroup Medical, Calibri Collective, Visit Phoenix, and Arthur D. Little. Thank you, thank you. If you'd like to give a round of applause, we can do that. Let's do some old school appreciation. Love that. Okay. Well, to kick things off for our afternoon session, we are titling this next one, Propelling the Sustainable Grid. I can tell you firsthand that this panel is going to be absolutely fascinating. This is such a relevant topic in today's crazy world. So this panel is going to be really taking a deeper dive into this topic. As we are all aware, technological and digital advancements, AI in particular, are revolutionizing the way we work and the way we live. It's absolutely mind-blowing how quickly these innovations are happening in real time and changing our world. But with all of these advancements comes the critical need for energy, of course, to power them. In this session, we're going to explore how we can align the growth of new technologies with the transition to sustainable energy sources. So I'd like you to welcome Aman Joshi from Bloom Energy, Tom Cooper from Salt River Project, and Greg Gronowski from APS. They will also be joined by Thomas Baker from Boston Consulting Group, who will be moderating today's discussion. And before we proceed, let's first hear a message on screen from our presenting partner, Resolution Copper. Thank you.
5 years ago, I started as an apprentice, and now I'm a licensed electrician. Every morning that I go down in the mine is still a thrill. The work is challenging, it pays well, and what I like the most is that you feel like you're doing something for a purpose. Solar energy, battery energy. Every new technology needs copper, and we can provide it right here.
Well, hello, everyone. We're so excited to be talking about the grid with you all, and especially a sustainable grid. My name's Tom Baker. I'm a managing director and partner with the Boston Consulting Group, and I lead globally one of our two sectors in the energy practice that we call low carbon energy and infrastructure. It's fun because, many of us have cared about the grid for decades, but all of a sudden we've become the cool kids in the classroom, and for good reason. As you heard a bit in the intro, the grid is becoming a key enabler to our sustainable economy and decarbonization across our country and the globe. For reasons because we're going to are seeing and will continue to see massive growth in renewables and behind-the-meter resources, but those need to be interconnected in the grid. We have electrification, whether it's electrification of transportation with EVs or electrification of industrial processes that, again, all need to be interconnected to the grid. And of course, we got to talk about data centers. All the computing and future analysis that will help our society be more efficient, well, guess what? It will require massive amounts of electricity, and that electricity will be transported on the grid. But we also have some key challenges that we're going to spend part of our time today talking about. You've seen in the news, for example, some of the resiliency issues with the grid, whether we're facing wildfires or storms or other challenges that impact the grid. And we all know that if the power goes off, and these guys will tell you that the power goes off for just a couple minutes, the phones are ringing off the hook. We have an aging grid, and a grid that requires massive investments just to keep up and running and with the reliability that customers expect, but also a ton of investments to integrate and interconnect all the resources I previously mentioned. This will put a strain on costs and affordability, and how do we manage the grid in a cost-effective way? And how do we deal with the world that is just more dynamic? We have intermittent renewables that we need to balance on the grid. We have what we call, a very technical term, spiky resources like EVs that require a massive amount of capacity on the grid. So we'll spend today talking about some of those issues. I'm very happy to be joined by this esteemed panel. I'll start at the end with Greg Bernowski, who's a director at APS and leads corporate strategy. Next to Greg is Tom Cooper. He's a senior director and in charge of future system assets and strategy at SRP. And then finally here to my left is Aman Joshi. He's the chief commercial officer at Bloom. Okay, so let me get into it. And Tom, maybe I'll just start with you. I kind of teed up in the beginning how important the grid is to our overall energy transition. But to achieve our goals, we have some massive investments that we need to make. Can you talk more about, from SRP's perspective, what are those types of investments that you need to make, and how do you all think about those?
So growth truly is the dominant theme right now, and it's hard to escape that. For perspective, last August, we set an all-time new peak system demand record, about 8,200 megawatts. In the entire 120-year history of the company, we never reached that until this last year. Big number by itself. Now, if you look at all of the projects in our economic development pipeline right now, there's nearly 17,000 megawatts looking to either locate in our territory or expand. So that is 2 times our all-time peak load just waiting to possibly connect. Now, we know that not all of that is going to connect because there are different places they could locate. We don't expect all of them to achieve the amount of energy consumption that they may say, but assume it's even a quarter of that. So let's say 4,000 megawatts. That's still half of our all-time peak that took us 120 years to grow into, that we may now have to grow into over 10 years. And this is all happening at the same time we're transitioning our energy system into something of a much lower carbon footprint. So you have dual challenges going on. And when you think about the investment side of that, we're not sitting on a lot of excess resources. And by resources, I mean power plants and power lines. And there's another piece, the substations that go all with that, which are also an important part of the grid, don't get a lot of attention. But if you think about the power plants, near term, not a lot of options. You can do some natural gas, some solar, some batteries. Now, if you can put some transmission lines in, maybe you can get to something further afield, like some good wind in New Mexico. But besides that, your options are pretty limited. If you look further out into the future, now you've got some other things you can look to, perhaps hydrogen or advanced nuclear or some enhanced geothermal, carbon capture. But those are going to take longer to bring onto the system. So there's something we're very interested in doing and investing in, but it's going to take a while to materialize. And I think when you think about the transmission side of this, there's two pieces. First, you have to connect these new resources to the grid. Generally speaking, building power lines across any property is not a popular proposition, but you still have to have that unless you're doing something in the system, which I think we'll probably talk a little bit more about. And then also, once you get to the system, you need these large power lines to connect these customers to the system. And I think that's been a very important part of the discussion in terms of how the utilities world has changed. In the past, connecting a new customer was usually a small power line. Now, we're talking about customers wanting to take service from the transmission line level. And so orders of magnitude more complicated and expensive.
Great. Thanks, Tom. Greg, maybe same question over to you. What are you seeing in APS in terms of challenges and investments needed in the grid?
Yeah, first of all, thank you for being here in Phoenix today. For those that are visiting from out of town, this is a lovely, mild spring day for us and nowhere near summertime, so we're heading towards our summer temperatures, but it's the time to get organized and prepare for all such things. I will ditto everything that Tom just said. We are very similarly situated in terms of the amount of peak energy usage we saw last year and the scale of what's being proposed or coming at us through customer requests, very similar scale. One important difference when we mentioned the peak needs from last year and what's coming at us with particularly data center is data centers need 24/7 power, 365 days a year. Their reliability and energy needs are not peaky. They are sustained and at a high level throughout all times of the year and conditions. And that requires a different resource portfolio than we have available to us both as a utility and in the region right now. So that planning paradigm really is going to have to evolve to accommodate whatever the real number or actual number becomes. We're going to have to reconfigure our energy system to support those needs. And frankly, this is not a nice to have, it's a need to have for domestic energy supply. And it's not alone, APS and SRP are not alone in this. This is a new global competitiveness element. This is an energy and national security conversation. And us finding ways to provide power at that scale and the timelines that are being requested is not a nice to have, it's a need to have. And it's really causing us to have to roll up our sleeves and think about new options.
Great. Thanks, Greg. Aman, I think you bring, coming from Bloom Energy, a real unique perspective on this question as well. I think it'd be helpful for you to talk a little bit about, in our language, the difference between front of the meter and behind the meter. And just would love to hear, what is the role that Bloom can play on all these investments that are needed on the grid?
Sure, thank you. And then before I start, as a matter of background, I spent 20 years selling gas turbines, and both APS and SRP are a customer or were a customer of ours before I switched tracks and came to Bloom Energy for fuel cells. When you look at both Greg and Tom explained the challenges that we have on grid. But when you look at the energy infrastructure today, it's largely set up for what we call in front of the meter, i.e. it requires transmission and distribution. You could have various sources of generation. Used to be hydro plants, coal plants, gas turbines, then wind came along, solar panels, right? But all these are single-threaded to the challenge that Tom mentioned. You require transmission and distribution to be able to move electrons from where they are being generated to all the way where they will actually get consumed. And that's what we generally call in front of the meter. Behind the meter is power generation at the point of consumption itself, i.e. at the same place or a data center or an industrial, their power is being generated such that you actually don't require transmission and distribution, and you're feeding the power directly to the use case. Now, when you look at grid in US, this is Department of Energy's own published numbers that US requires 115,000 miles of transmission and distribution line upgrade by 2030. Let's just say it's even 2035. In the last 2 years, there's only 800 miles, 800, of transmission and distribution upgrade that has been completed. So when we go through this energy transition, what people don't understand, it is not an issue of generation. It is an issue of transmission and distribution. Tom mentioned, or Greg mentioned, you could potentially even add more renewables. The issue is, well, if you can't interconnect and get those electrons moving to where it is actually needed, it really doesn't solve the purpose. When you think of Bloom Energy now and fuel cells, look, it's a technology that is not well understood. Until 18 months ago, when I joined, I didn't quite understand, but this technology has progressed rapidly over 15 years. We're now in our 6th generation of fuel cells. Fuel cells can use natural gas, can use hydrogen, can use biogas. And today, if you use them on natural gas, they are the cleanest way of generating electricity using natural gas, period. That's pure science. Because in fuel cells, you do not combust. It's an electrochemical reaction which is happening, which breaks the compound. Natural gas is CH4. The compound gets broken. The H4, which is the hydrogen, reacts with oxygen and creates electricity, and pure carbon gets vented out in the air, right? And so fuel cells, when it comes to any turbines, have 30% lower emissions, no NOx, no SOx. So when you think about behind the meter solution, the reason why these can be a new tool in utilities toolbox is you don't have to deal with transmission, distribution. You can deploy them rapidly. You don't have to worry about interconnect. Obviously, you need the source of fuel, which thankfully in US, we're all blessed to have significant amount of natural gas available, even at a distribution level. And then the other aspects are, they are very low on noise, less than 60 dBA, which is like a library level noise, and no pollutants. And so just like utilities had gas turbines and battery storage, fuel cells are a new tool in utilities toolkit to be able to provide those solutions. And then the last point is, what it also gives utilities is a tool that avoids rate increases on the retail rate payers, because you can pretty much charge a specific tariff to the customer where these fuel cells are deployed, because they're behind the meter, right? So if you're putting them for a 50 megawatt or 100 megawatt block of power for a data center, you can specifically charge that user class versus the transmission and distribution upgrades, which pretty much require utilities to change and distribute the cost over their cross ratepayer base.
Great, thanks, Aman. Greg, maybe the next question to you, and it didn't take us very long to get into data centers, and it's clearly a hot topic. I think this group would really appreciate, we hear a lot of buzz around, is data centers a good thing, a bad thing? I think you made a fairly compelling case for, the importance of data center building and computing here in the US, but maybe you could talk a little bit about how does APS think, are you encouraging more data center load? Does it become a constraint on the grid? Do you all see it ultimately as a good or a bad thing?
That's a great, easy question with a complicated answer. I think, it is what's coming at us and other utilities and other markets as the growth engine for an energy consuming entity that it is. And data centers are not Instagram photos and TikToks anymore. They are advanced computation for how municipalities are running services. They are military applications. They are, you name it, use cases, along with, you know, things that are heading our way and known and unknown, you know, AI applications. And so it's just going to be becoming the backbone of how the nation will do business, both at a consumer and an industrial level. So, you know, from that standpoint, are they good or bad? They're inevitable, I think, at this point. And we're not in the business of deciding what, you know, what's the right or wrong load to interconnect. Our regulatory compact says that we will provide reliable energy to customers that are seeking to do service in our territory. So to that end, we're trying to find the right solutions to meet a rising tide of I think what is an inevitable paradigm shifting amount of growth that's happening. But how do you do that thoughtfully and responsibly? How do you manage the impact on customer bills that comes from needing to scale up the type of infrastructure Tom was talking about, and, you know, potentially doubling your resource portfolio to match? We believe in a paradigm where growth should pay for growth, and figuring out how you can leverage and work with customers, hyperscalers, the Metas, Googles of the world, who are keen to be the drivers of helping to support this growth at scale, but partner with them in novel ways to be able to bring resources online and manage what the impact is to all other customers while you do so. And that is a very challenging concept for us to navigate. Done well, there's a lot of opportunity for Phoenix and other areas to see tremendous benefit from this. Not done well, or done perhaps with a traditional or older school mindset, it's going to be a struggle. And we are concerned that we're going to need to make some changes and adjustments in mindset and approach to be able to do this thoughtfully.
Yeah, thanks, Greg. Tom, you threw out a bunch of numbers and gave us a bit of the magnitude of how much data center load is you know, planned to be interconnected. You know, you don't have to answer this for SRP, but just more broadly, can utilities keep up? Can they manage it? Can we move fast enough and build enough of the grid to interconnect it all?
So, complicated answer to that, but let me take my best shot at it. So when we talk about keeping up, there's sort of a pace implied. And let me break it down into sort of three things that factor into that pacing equation. I would start with uncertainty. Uncertainty is one of the fundamental challenges. So for example, if someone said, you have to be able to serve 10,000 megawatts of data center load by 2035, and that is with perfect certainty, we'd figure it out. We'd put the plans together, we would implement them, we would proceed with all the confidence in the world that we have this figured out, we'd get the cost right. The challenge, though, is right now we're staring at, are we going to have to serve 2,000 or is it 10,000? We don't know. It's a lot of uncertainty in that, and that 8,000 megawatt difference, let's just say rough order magnitude, is a difference of $10 billion of investment, potentially even more. And from a utility's perspective, you have to put infrastructure in place before it's actually needed. And so you really have to balance that, because you certainly don't want to have a shortage of resources, but if you have too much, now you've got some cost risk that you have to deal with. So uncertainty, I would say, is perhaps more of the challenge than growth itself. So from the pacing equation, keeping up means balancing a lot of risk around the timing and the magnitude of the load growth. The second thing around pacing is we are beholden to the same supply chain constraints that everyone is concerned about. You know, whether it's the long lead transformers or other kinds of equipment, or, you know, solar panels from Southeast Asia or batteries from China, wherever these are coming from, there's not necessarily robust supply chains that can account for all of the volatility going on. And when everybody across the country is rushing for the same equipment, there are major pinch points. And so, for example, right now, if we had an order in for a large transformer, best case, probably 3 years. The challenge, though, is usually when you're starting to talk to a customer, you haven't scoped that all out yet, and so you may have another year or two on the front end just figuring out what you need. So these timelines get extended from that perspective. And then the other thing that I would add is really we have to be responsible with the cost allocation side in terms of keeping up. And this ties a lot back to the uncertainty and what Greg had said, growth paying for growth. We have to take a look at that and make sure that the drivers of the costs are bearing those costs, and we have to do that in a very thoughtful way. We don't see data centers as necessarily good or bad. They are a customer, and if it's a customer on our system, we're going to take care of them as best as we can. If a community is trying to host them, we're going to support that community. Utilities have long been an engine of economic development, and it's something that we take a lot of pride in doing. I'd say, our customers and communities have long depended on us to get it right. And I think if you're looking back, say 2050 to now, I would like to be able to, send that postcard from the future back to the today SRP and say, you continued to get it right.
Great. Thanks, Tom. Aman, a bit of the same question to you, and I know you spend a lot of time talking directly with the hyperscalers and the colos. How are they feeling about their ability to interconnect to the grid? How are they thinking about solving, their power issues?
Yeah, so I think one thing coming also from someone who was serving utilities world is, see, this AI is not well understood, right? So AI is not a thing that started now. It's been there for 10 years, and there's been various stages of AI. So 10 years ago, it was a perception AI. An example of perception AI was voice recognition, video recognition. We all have it in our iPhones, right? That's how you're able to unlock it, or Alexa or Siri, you can ask them a question. That was the first generation. Then came generative AI, which is also what we use on Google, right? You can put an image and ask a question, and it understands the image, or it can write text and it can generate an image, right? So again, goes without saying, with all these, there's more and more power needed because the computational capability has been growing. Today, we are in agentic AI, which is just started, right? Which is where you have agents that can reason, that can analyze a circumstance, and then give you an answer. A classic example is you could have an agent that can analyze a full website. It can read text, it can read images, it can read videos, then analyze your question and give you the answer in terms of what you're looking for, right? That's how it drives productivity. And then eventually where we are headed is physical AI. All that development plus physical attributes, inertia, cause and effect, will get into robotics. And then those robots will make their way into factories and offices, and how we're able to drive a lot of productivity. Now, behind this software evolution, all this is being powered by GPUs, right? And I completely feel for what was mentioned, that it's very difficult to predict what is going to be the power needs. You see, 5 years ago, I'm going to use NVIDIA as an example. They had a GPU chip called A100. Simple math, they used to use 30 kilowatt per rack. Okay, if you have 100 racks, that's 3 megawatt of power that they need. That went from A100 to Harper. Instead of 30 kilowatt, they now needed 40 kilowatt. Okay, 30% increase. That's great. That then went to Blackwell, which went from 40 kilowatt to 100 kilowatt. And now they have Blackwell 200 and Blackwell Ultra, which is what is shipping. Went from 100 to 200 to 300 kilowatt. So the chips that NVIDIA is shipping this year require 300 kilowatt, roughly, of power requirements, i.e. in 5 years, as those chips get deployed, the power requirement for the same data center has gone up 10x. That's not the end. If you hear Jensen Huang, he mentioned there's Rubin and Ultra Rubin coming, which is what they'll ship in 26 and 27. Ultra Rubin will require 600 kilowatts per rack of power. So in 5 years from 2020, the power requirement per rack went up 20 times, right? And all that computational power is what is then driving the agentic and physical AI, which is where the world is headed, right? So you have a very tough dynamic wherein the upfront, the innovation that is happening, which is why you keep hearing that US cannot lose the AI race because it could be catastrophic because, you know, if the other competitors win the agentic and the physical AI space, well, we'll never be able to catch up to that. And all that eventually comes back to, in fact, there was a Wall Street Journal article last week saying electricity is the new oil, i.e. if you don't have electricity available at the point where and when it is needed, you will not be able to keep up with the transformation that is happening. And that's where, coming back to fuel cells and behind the meter solution, these are creative ways as to how utilities can solve their time to power issues, can plan their investments properly, i.e., you know, while your long-term demand signal gets firmed up and you plan for your long-term transmission and distribution upgrades, near term, you can solve your power needs for your customers by deploying behind the meter solution. And just last year in November, we announced our first big utility scale deal that was done with American Electric Power in Ohio, wherein we announced a 1 gigawatt deal wherein AEP is now deploying blocks of fuel cell. It could be 20 megawatts to all the way up to 200 megawatts per site behind the meter to allow accelerated development of data centers in the Ohio, Columbus area and other territories that they serve.
Great. Well, we can't talk about the sustainable grid without talking at least a bit about sustainable generation. So as I know this group knows, you know, historically, there's been a set of technologies that has driven renewable and sustainable energy on our grid. It's been technologies like hydro, nuclear, solar, wind, and battery storage to help firm that up. But we're entering a world where there's new technologies that are emerging. Advanced small modular nuclear reactors, advanced geothermal, maybe fusion, maybe other generation technology. And Tom, maybe I'd start with you because I know you're spending a lot of time on this space. What are you most excited about? Are some of this next gen tech ready to go and SRP's, you know, signing up to develop it, or we still got a ways to go?
No, this is one of the favorite things we're working on right now. We know right now our choices are limited. We're going to need some new technology. If you are trying to get to a net zero carbon future, you're going to need some arrows in your quiver that you don't have right now. There's a lot of what I would say hope out there for some of these things, but what we really need to be doing, both as utilities and even more broadly on a national and even international level, is making investments in these hopeful things to make them what I would call real options. So we can get to the different technologies in a minute, but I'll pick new nuclear, some of the small modular reactors as an example. If someone was to say right now, a small modular reactor will cost, you know, X billion dollars, you know, plus or minus 10%. That's something that we could make a decision and plan around. And they said it could potentially come online in 10 years, plus or minus a year. That is an actionable option that I could put into a plan and make some decisions around. What we have right now is a permitting timeline that's greatly unknown, costs that are even more unknown, and so you're really not even to a point now to make an educated decision to proceed with an actual project. So what you need to do in the next, I would say, 5 to 10 years is de-risk these technologies as much as you can so that you actually have something to put into a plan. And from a de-risking perspective, you're talking about getting a lot more certainty around cost and supply chain, getting permits in hand, thinking about the workforce of the future. So if you want to have these as actionable options to be able to have, let's see, in late 2030s, 2040, the time to start working on the de-risking activities is now. And it's a lot of no regrets actions that you can take. And so we're looking at, where you might cite it, developing partnerships with equipment vendors, reaching out to different communities and regulatory agencies just to be able to, we call it, set the foundation to be able to move forward and at some point in time be able to make a real decision on some of these resources. So certainly new nuclear is something we're very interested in as having for an option for the future. One of the things that Greg had said is, and this is a lot of this new demand that we have is consuming electricity around the clock. Nuclear is very good at producing electricity 24/7. It's fundamentally what it does. Another technology that's very good at that is geothermal. We have had geothermal in our portfolio for quite a while, and it's been the traditional source of geothermal. So you would, drill down several thousand feet, you'd find water or geothermal fluid, I'd call it, it's more briny. It's 600 or 700 degrees Celsius, sitting on top of hot rock. Great. Limited number of places where that occurs where you can really find it. But there's advancing technologies in that now where you don't necessarily need all of those pieces. You can potentially just find a place with some hot rocks and find a way to turn that to engineer that into geothermal power. And again, zero emission, around the clock generation. It's going to take a little work and some investment and probably some government support to help get it there. We're very interested in the potential of long duration energy storage as well. Most of the batteries that you see going on the grid these days are about a 4-hour duration. And so if you're thinking about adding a lot of solar, okay, well, let's say the sun shines from 7 in the morning till 6 at night, depends on the time of the year, and then you can get 4 more hours if you store a lot of that with these batteries. Of course, the challenge is nighttime is more than 4 hours, and so you need some different technologies. And so we're taking steps to do some pilot projects to try to advance some of those technologies to help them mature. We're also looking at the potential for combusting hydrogen. We're looking at carbon capture and sequestration, including direct air capture. These are, and I can't tell you which of them will actually take off and become real options, but what I can say is if you want to have a strong chance at achieving your goals, let's say out to 2050, you don't really have a lot of more time to just think about it and wish for things. You have to start taking some steps now to turn those into real options.
Great. Aman, I have a feeling you're going to answer with fuel cells, but same question to you. I mean, what excites you going forward, either on the fuel cell, or are there other technologies that you're excited about?
I'll come back to fuel cell, but I would say nuclear for sure. I think there's no doubt that the country needs it. It was rightly said that the time that it would take for the technology to have predictability both in terms of cost schedules and then have a complementary grid also that is available is what makes it uncertain. So it is definitely a tool that hopefully, and a technology that will become more viable, but probably in the latter half of next decade is how I see it. Wherein, so there's a lot more work that is to be required. Look, now coming back to fuel cells, of course, they're the cleanest way, and carbon capture and hydrogen are the best thing that can happen for fuel cell. And why I say so is, first of all, we don't combust in fuel cells, so you can use hydrogen today. In the example that I gave, natural gas is CH4. We are just breaking the compound and releasing carbon. We are using hydrogen today. Right? It's just that the large-scale hydrogen is uneconomic. but it doesn't matter for fuel cell, for our solid oxide fuel cell, it's agnostic. And then when you think about natural gas, look, I think it's a given reality that the natural gas is needed for decarbonizing this planet for next 20 years. I think we should add as much renewables as we can, but with all the industrialization, AI growth that is happening, natural gas will be there as a big part of the generation portfolio for next 20 years. If you believe that, then that also means carbon capture has to be part of the thinking, both from a regulatory framework standpoint as to how do you enable more easier permitting for Class 6 wells such that sequestration can really take off, right? And that's also why I say it's the best news that can happen for fuel cell, because we don't combust. In our exhaust stream, there's no oxides, so there's pure carbon. So the cost to capture carbon on a fuel cell is 1/3 versus a combustion technology. So our technology doesn't change. It's almost like we are an iPhone platform wherein all these apps and use cases sit. It's the ancillary infrastructure around it that has to be built. But that's what I would say, right? Personally, I think nuclear is something that we all need, but it's about 10 years away. And then clearly, I'm very bullish around behind the meter and what fuel cells can enable.
Great. Greg, maybe next question to you. And you talked about this in some of your previous answers. We have this concept in our field called the energy trilemma, which is we need our energy to be clean, but we also need it to be affordable and reliable. How do you think about solving this trilemma? How do you use the word trade-offs? Can dive a little deeper. How do we manage that?
Yeah, it's a great question. And when you talk to customers and when you really kind of step back and say, what is it that we are responsible for delivering and what are people looking for their utilities to deliver, it is affordable and reliable power that is increasingly clean in its composition. And I think we are all, as we've talked about the growing demand and the pressures that are uncertain but also growing at scale, we need an all of the above toolbox, and Tom and we've been talking about that on the panel. So we can't wait for the maybes. We need the for sures now, and some of the for sures are more carbon intensive, and the future products and the things that are in development are increasingly lower carbon and carbon neutral or maybe negative carbon, being able to pull carbon out of the air. So utilities are not R&D or research and development labs. We are providers of last resort where affordable, reliable power is our remit. And so we look to developers and industry to be thinking about and moving and investing in those maybes so that we can see them as ready options for the time when they can reach bankable commercial scale. Because if it's not reliable, we can't put it on the grid and tell customers this is something that you should pay for service from, because if we can't promise it will deliver on a 118-degree afternoon in Phoenix, it's not something that we can put out there at scale. That doesn't mean that we won't be and will be part of how do we move in that direction, but those are the dilemmas that we have to navigate along that line. There's a lot of affordability pressure in everybody's households these days. We have a lot of cost escalations that are coming from a lot of different directions, and not just from energy costs, but other insurance costs, and the cost of goods are very volatile. We don't get to just spend what we want to provide energy service. We need to manage that within a practical reality of what customers can afford. And new innovation is inevitably more expensive. The first of its kind, second of its kind are going to be more expensive and less reliable out of the gate. We need to pick our strike point to say we want that in the portfolio. We're not going to lead with our chin or our customer's chin to try to bring that in sooner than later. but we know we want to get to those longer range clean objectives. And so I think about that trilemma as we need to, maintain affordable, reliable service, find and partner with those promising technologies and vendors who are going to help bring those reliable solutions at scale, and kind of walk that path together.
Yeah, great. As a group, we were talking backstage about tariffs and just the broader macroeconomic environment we live in. I'll open this up to whoever wants to jump in, but I'm sure this group would love to hear how do you think about the tariffs and navigating this, implications on the sustainable grid. I would just love you all to open up and share any thoughts on the recent news there.
Sure. I'll start off, and Bloom Energy and our fuel cells are exclusively made in U.S., so we're pretty sheltered. Of course, there is some raw material that we get from Taiwan and India, but they are manufactured in Fremont, California, and assembled in Newark, Delaware. So unlike other supply chains that are a lot more dependent internationally, the solid oxide technology was actually developed as part of the NASA space program. So it is truly developed and made in America. So I would say from that standpoint, it's very, Bloom will be able to navigate this tide a lot more easier than perhaps other OEMs. Now from a customer standpoint, because we also provide power to industrial customers, who are using fuel cells for captive generation. Just in last week, there's been a lot more uncertainty around their expansion plans and what it all means, because at least a dozen customers that I've spoken to, the supply chains these days are very complex. The flow of raw material to subcomponent to major component generally crosses borders. And so all of them have mentioned that there is a pretty sizable impact to their business that they're trying to evaluate to see can they pass it on to their end customers and or what it means for them. Wait and watch.
Yeah. Tom, Greg, anything?
Yeah, just briefly about that. Our supply chains are global. Whether it's transformers, solar panels, battery modules, even wood poles, these aren't necessarily domestically sourced or manufactured. And so there will be some impacts. We anticipate impacts for some of our customers too as they face some of these pressures. I think right now we're all just looking at the first order effects in a way and trying to digest that. But as with anything of a strategic nature like this, there will be the second and third order effects that we can't anticipate right now what those may be. We can take some guesses about those, but I think that's where it becomes more interesting. How does this all level out and what are the ripple effects? But I think for everyone to understand that the supply chain for the electric industry, for a lot of our standard equipment and the sustainable energy equipment, it is on a global scale.
I would just add that no industry likes uncertainty, and certainly the electric industry doesn't. Our investors don't, our customers, regulators, you name it. And we are in a period of high uncertainty, and we don't know what the impacts will be. We can start to project what they will look like. We are already seeing signs and getting indications about contracts that we've had with for resources that are already planned over the next X number of years that might need to be redrawing the financial terms and delivery dates on things that we were banking on to be here soon. So uncertainty is the new norm that we're going to have to figure out a way through. And I think it takes a long time to rebuild supply chains and infrastructure. And with respect to our Resolution Copper and Freeport-McMoRan sponsors and colleagues, you can't just open a mine tomorrow and start harvesting lithium here in the States without taking a long time to get there. So will we rebuild potentially new networks and have more domestic sourcing for critical infrastructure components? Maybe, but that's going to take a long time. And there's going to be a lot of changes and volatility along the way. So I think we're just doing our best to figure out what business decisions that we can make to protect investments on behalf of providing reliable service to customers, and just kind of waiting and seeing, if you will, to see how things evolve.
Great. Maybe one last question. This is a bit of a rapid fire for each one of you, but I'm going to try to keep it to a one-word answer. What are you most excited about going forward on the sustainable grid? And I know for the group's benefit, I had a different question for them, but I thought it was too negative. I wanted to make sure we ended on a positive note. So one word. What excites you about the sustainable grid going forward?
It's more than a word, but modern infrastructure for digital age.
Two words, since it's a new question. Solid foundation.
I'll try to do one word. I mean, innovation, in the sense that we don't know what's next. When we got to here in our energy portfolios, we didn't know we would have the resource mix that we have now. We wouldn't have known that 10, 20 years ago. I don't know what it's going to be 10, 20 years from now, but it's going to be different because innovation will happen. And I'm excited about the solutions that don't exist yet that will be part of our future down the line.
Great. Well, thank you all three for joining the session. I know I certainly enjoyed the conversation and the insights. And why don't we give this panel a round of applause?
Thank you so much, Aman, Tom, Greg, and Thomas. Another fascinating conversation. Next up, we have a very timely and important discussion on reindustrialization and security as key economic determinants. We're really excited to hear from our next group of panelists. They are absolutely amazing, so please join me in welcoming Goldie Hyder from the Business Council of Canada, Eugene D. Soroka from the Port of Los Angeles, and Benedict Bruckel from CompuGroup Medical US. And this panel session will be moderated by Courtney Brown, economics reporter at Axios. But first, let's take a message and a moment and a message from our media partner, Axios. Thank you.
Welcome aboard.
Thank you. Thank you so much for having me. Okay, I have my phone, not because I'm checking TikTok or checking the dating apps.
Stocks.
No. I just feel like policy changes so quickly these days, and it could happen in the next hour in ways that could be relevant for this panel. So that is why I have my phone. Okay, I want to do quick introductions. Quick. Let me give you an example. I'm Courtney Brown. I'm an economics reporter at Axios. Before Axios, I was at CNBC. I worked on a show called Squawk Box. Quick. And then maybe a fun icebreaker. Which country is the world's industrial superpower? So quick intro and the answer to that question.
Goldie Hyder, President and CEO of the Business Council of Canada, an organization that represents 170 plus CEOs of the largest companies in our country. I'd like to say Canada.
Okay.
That's called playing to the home audience.
What do you say, Gene?
I'm Gene Soroka, the Executive Director at the Port of Los Angeles. Before that, American President lines, 26 years, including 11 in Asia and the Middle East. Based on nominal GDP, the United States of America.
Perfect.
Hello, I'm Benedikt Brückle, CEO of Comp Group Medical. We are a leader in digital healthcare, providing hospital and other healthcare providers with software and services. Even though, I think similar to you, I would like to say Germany, because I'm from Germany, I think it's the US.
Wow, some applause there. Okay. Goldie, can I start with you? Last year at the Phoenix Global Forum, you were sitting in my seat. You were moderating a panel called Navigating Global Trade in a Shifting Landscape. Simpler times, right? Much simpler times. I'm going to give you the keys to my time machine. You can borrow it. You can go back to last year. And what is the one thing you would tell yourself about this moment that is related to trade? Like nothing like don't wear that tie, like related to the trade backdrop.
Don't be so sure of yourself and expect the unexpected. I think many of us thought that whatever lay ahead, we had enough information, enough history, enough to believe a formula that we thought would play itself out. And I think we thought that as recently as even just weeks ago, that there are limits to what a country would do to impose self-harm, and that there are goalposts that are probably firmly in the ground, such as, do I care about the stock market? Do I want a recession to come to my country? Do I want to trigger inflation when I promised the opposite? So if you had gone along with the idea that, well, surely to goodness, that's not going to happen, and yet here we are.
Gene, can I ask you about kind of the environment that Goldie is alluding to, just how much has changed in the past year? What are you seeing at the ports? How are companies adapting to this fast-moving policy change?
I don't think they're really adapting. What I'm hearing from boards of directors and CEOs is that as of last Wednesday, they hit the pause button because they still don't know what the ramifications are, to your point in the opening, of this changing landscape seemingly hourly without a construct of what an end game may be. So hit the pause button. I'm not going to hire anymore. I'm not going to look at those open positions. My capital investment is stopped for the time being. I'm going to try to make sense out of what all this is. I also know that in direct correlation to these announcements, the widest reaching tariffs that I've ever seen in our lifetime, that it's going to have a direct correlation to another spike in inflation. Trade will be slowed. Economies will be slowed. So now, as the CEO of a company, I got to figure out what's next and what it means. Now, with respect to this narrow band of trade, of which 90% moves on water, maybe I could negotiate with my manufacturer to mitigate the financial impact of those trade tariffs. Maybe I can absorb a little bit, but I know that's going to squeeze my margins and exacerbate those decisions on human capital and capital investment. And maybe I could pass it on to the lady or man who buys the stuff from me, whether it be the consumer or parts and inputs for manufacturing. In the end, that hits the American consumer straight in the wallet.
You have such an interesting job because you essentially have a front row seat to this quick moving, as we talked about, fast changing trade environment. So what is happening at the ports? I know there are lots of anecdotes. You see it in the trade data, companies rushing to bring stuff in before tariffs take effect. What are the numbers like, and is this an effective strategy?
Yeah, Courtney, trade is not a transactional business. So date back to the campaign trail and to what Goldie answered just a moment ago. Never dismiss what somebody says on the campaign trail in the United States. Never. All this was pretty clear to a lot of people. They advanced inventories over the last 7 to 8 months. Those who had the wherewithal financially to put additional money against product coming in, warehousing space, time, logistics. Those who couldn't, the small to middle-sized importer, they're in real trouble right now. Real trouble. They can't raise their prices for fear of not being competitive with the big people, and maybe they have less selection coming up in what they purchase, meaning I will have less selection at the store or online. You still have cargo in the pipeline, so even with these announcements last week, it's going to be another 6-8 weeks before we see any real movement in trade. And with these blanket tariffs, not only will the American importer have trouble containing costs, but they can't even go to a competitor country and say, I want a better deal because this one over here just had their prices increased. All this means is that spike of inflation will be relived again.
Benedict, you have a different perspective here, and I want you to talk about what we were talking about backstage, which is just what you see as healthcare and healthcare IT's role in reindustrialization in the U.S.
Sure. So I think we're in a little bit different spot because, number one, intangibles, software and services are not hit by the tariffs. If you think healthcare in general, drugs are exempted for now. But if I think about reindustrialization and healthcare, I think healthcare and healthcare IT are the backbone of it. If you think about it, healthcare will drive growth through innovation and jobs, and also provide security, because we need a healthy and productive population, and this we can only achieve through healthcare. In addition, we know the demographic change. People might have to work longer, stay healthy longer, stay productive longer. And also there, I think healthcare and healthcare IT are a crucial part of achieving this and achieving long-term growth and long-term wealth for the nation.
I want to come back to our icebreaker. Benedict and Jean. Benedict, you gave a roundabout answer, but you ultimately said that the U.S. is the global industrial superpower. Jean, you also said the U.S. Were you serious about Canada?
Well, it wasn't just tongue-in-cheek, right? Because, I just came from Hannover Messe in Germany. There's no question the Germans know how to do industrial policy. They do it very well. Like Japan, Korea, 3 countries that have nothing in the ground, rebuilt, they're from ashes, literally, sadly, and have, in a generation, become economic superpowers in their own right. United States of America, well, enough said. It's the United States of America. It is clearly reindustrializing. There's a strategy to reindustrialize. We can question the methodology and the means by which it's being done. I would have preferred respected free trade agreements, including the ones that were authored by the president himself, and I still think we can get to that place. America is trying to come to grips with its fiscal situation, whether it's DOGE or whether it's, generating the conditions by lower taxes, lower regulations, and avoiding tariffs, as the president reminds people to come to America. But what I hear from CEOs in different parts of the world is America is making itself a little less predictable and a little less uncertain as well. So capital has no loyalty, no ideology, and so that brings Canada into the game and others, because what we say is, well, let's take a look. I mean, if the president is, been talking about Canada, by the way, he's not unique in this. President Biden came to Canada last year and basically said, I'm greening my economy. We have this IRA thing. We need your minerals. We're going to come and take them. And if you don't mind, I mean, not that you mind, you don't refine things, but don't worry, we'll refine it and we'll sell it to you and the rest of the world. That's the only difference is he didn't say I'm going to take Canada at the same time while I'm up here. The president is basically reminding us that we have what you want and you need for your own economic security, your national security, which means others also want and need what we have. So if you look at Canada, you know, we're a G7 country, but a G10 economy, I'll be honest with you. You know, we have pretty much everything. So, and not only everything, we have pretty much everything Russia has. They are our northern neighbor. We stand between you and Russia. And so whether you're talking potash, whether you're talking uranium or oil or gas or minerals, a lot of it is available in Canada all the way across the country. But we were so comfortable and complacent. It's on us. I do not begrudge the Americans. I actually thank the president to say thank you for waking us up and helping us realize that we need to smarten up. We have had too much reliance on a single country. So we're having an election right now. We're happy to see the discussion is about diversification. Now, geography is not going to change. We will always be attached, and we will, of course, have strong input from America. But those resources are what the world wants. Then you have an economy that's built, it's going through some challenges, but our immigration system that allows you to recruit and retain some of the best talent, an education system. You have the elements of building an industrial, you know, power, maybe not the superpower, but an industrial power, which we haven't had to think about. And so I'm grateful to have the opportunity to think about this as a Canadian. And watch out, because what it means is we're not going to be beholden to you alone. We will have others that we're going to be selling things to. And guess what that's actually going to do? And this is the irony of all irony. It will raise the prices for Americans to buy things from Canada because we no longer have a single customer. And the trade deficit will probably go up because you're going to pay more for the things that we're going to sell you. So really, when I say we're going to win, thank you for that, because it's going to help Canada be much stronger as an industrial power and a natural resources superpower.
This, Jean, this idea, this warning from Goldie, watch out, does that scare you?
No, because, you know, while some make this huge debate about trade deficits, on the import side of our ledger, we have people that buy products from other companies who sell products to other people to double the effort of what that good means to the U.S. economy. 80% of our economy is services, whether it's in healthcare, education, technology, and so on. 70% of our economy is U.S. consumer. Our GDP per capita is roughly $89,000. Vietnam's GDP per capita is $4,200. Those folks are buying everything they possibly could. So a balance of trade with respect to this debate that is happening very publicly right now doesn't necessarily fit. The United States exports technology and intellectual property around the world, from Silicon Beach to Silicon Valley to the Pacific Northwest. It's just a different economy, and it's not a zero-sum based game to those of us who have been in international trade for a long time.
Can I just say one thing?
Yeah, please.
Jean's point's really important here. You're taking things, and you're the one who's benefiting from the markup. So our oil and gas is a great example of that. Oil in particular. We've been selling you crude. 60% of your crude coming in here is coming from Alberta, my home province. It's heavy oil, so you build the refineries, you refine it, because we're not doing that, you're doing that, and then you turn around and you had no gas 10 years ago, and you were not number one in the world. Today you're number one in the world in oil and gas exports. You're number two to Europe. And you've taken the markup. We sold it to you at a discount. Our dollar's already discounting it, and then you're buying it at a discount because up until recently we had landlocked ourselves. You took the markup on that. And so, look, we're in a world where alternate facts exist, but sadly the facts still remain the same. They are what they are. There is no trade deficit. There is no trade deficit with Canada. You take out oil and gas, you've got massive surplus. We don't include services here. And who's getting the markup? If I sold you a barrel for $1 and you sold it for $3, who got the value of the two?
I feel like we could sit and spend the rest of the hour talking about the trade deficit because, I mean, this is essentially the basis through which the administration is applying these reciprocal tariffs, the trade deficit, persistent trade deficits, as they say, as a national security concern. I want to go back a second. to this question of reindustrialization. I want to ask Jean and Benedict, you guys both said the U.S. is the global industrial superpower. So when we talk about reindustrialization, what exactly are we talking about here?
Well, that was the title of this panel, made up by organizers, and we'll try to fit in as best we can. But what we've heard over recent times is that we want to bring manufacturing back. That seems to be the golden goose for some. Now, for every 4 containers we move through our port of Los Angeles, which is the largest container port in the Western Hemisphere, for the last 25 years, it creates a job. In Southern California alone, 1 in 9 jobs are tied to that port. About 1 million people go to work every day because of the efforts that emanate from our port and its gateway. So, you know, this moves. We had a shipbuilding industry back in the 1940s that mainly supported national defense and national security. Now, in addition to tariffs, the United States Trade Representative just held public discussion in Washington 2 weeks ago that they want to fine every company whose ship calls a port in the United States that was built in China. And they want to fine that vessel $1.5 million every time it calls a port in the United States. And if it's not built in China, but you have one in your fleet, the United States Trade Representative is going to charge you a $500,000 penalty. Now, in certain trades, in certain very big trades, like from the European continent to the United States, that fine per shipment would be equal to the freight payment for that shipment. It'll wipe out an entire trade. Shipping lines told us recently at our annual Trans-Pacific Maritime Conference that they would just eliminate port calls. They'll have 1 port of call on the East Coast, 1, maybe 2 on the West Coast, and that's it, because they can't afford to pay that $1.5 million every time a vessel touched the shores. That will decimate local economies in smaller port areas. But that's the economics. And why? Because the USTR thinks they can build ships in the United States. Ship cost to be built, and not at scale, a one-off, 5 times as much as how much you would pay in Asia for a similar type ship, 5 times as much. You have virtually full employment in the United States today. You'd have to recruit an entire group of people, train them, bring the necessary technology to be able to rebirth a shipbuilding industry that is long past. So this is going to be interesting. It's going to be very interesting to see how these discussions go. And any way you slice it, the conversation of reindustrialization, as this administration is saying, would be a decades-long approach. For those of you in government sector, for those of you in private sector, you've got budget cycles, you've got economic cycles that you have to make decisions with, and you certainly now have election cycles. We'll see how this plays out.
This is a point that, this is what all my sources want to talk about, the fact that it is so hard to make long-term investment decisions, which building a facility, moving a supply chain, these are not things that happen in a week. All my sources want to talk about is how they are meant to make those types of decisions when there is such a flip-flop in trade policy. And I'm not even talking about tariffs one day off, tariffs another day on. I mean, Goldie, last year you were having a panel about nearshoring and friendshoring. That was the Biden administration philosophy. Well, gosh, if I'm a company that friendshored to Canada or Mexico, I'm screwed. You know, there's been such a change. Anyway, rant over. Benedict, I want to keep going. I want to hear what your understanding of what reindustrialization might look like in the U.S.
Yeah, I think a lot of this also reminds me when we think back a moment to COVID-19. Back at the end of 19 or then in 2020, in healthcare, suddenly the supply chains for medical supplies and medical equipment broke down. And we struggled in healthcare to provide the care needed. At this point in time, I think, whether you call it reindustrialization or reshoring, I think it showed the need that for certain critical goods, it makes sense to reshore and diversify suppliers so we can guarantee, even in crisis, whether it's tariffs or COVID, continued supply. And what happened in COVID is they started building factories for PPE and other products that were in a shortage due to the supply chain breakdown. I think this comes to what you said, we need to plan for a decade, because what happened after COVID is most of these factories went bankrupt because there was no more demand. And if there's another COVID or tariffs tomorrow, there will be again a shortage in certain medical supplies, whether it's PPE, ventilators, whatever you can imagine. So I think for us in healthcare, it's important to have a long-term strategy to secure supplies through reshoring, through diversifying, but also through investing into IT and technology, because now we actually have the tools of having, for example, cloud-based AI inventory systems that can predict demand, that can predict when a certain medical equipment or machine will fail. We have global surveillance AI that can predict certain endemics, pandemics, or other peaks in healthcare demand before it happens. So I think we have to secure the supply and use intelligent tools to forecast and predict demand. And all this, I think, will fuel reindustrialization by innovation and creating jobs here in America.
Goldie, you look like you want to respond.
Well, I do, because I want to remind Americans how good globalization and free trade has been for you. That GDP, that per capita income that you spoke about, you mentioned Vietnam, I'll use Japan as an example. They're almost equal not too long ago. It's multiple X's of Japan today. It's been very good for America and Americans. Having said that, I don't think we here can lose sight of the fact that there is a constituency of people who have felt legitimately left behind. And that is not just on anyone, it should be on everybody. What did government, what did academia, what did business do to ensure that when we proceeded with free trade and globalization and so forth, that we recognize that there's a swath of people that may be impacted in a negative way? Who trained them? Who retrained them? Who brought them forward? And so full marks to the president is saying, I saw that group of people, and I mean, he didn't build that parade. It existed, that frustration, that anger, and now it's being vented against trade. So the irony here is, if Rome, the world, were to burn to the ground, and you had to rebuild it back up, tell me what you would do. You would pretty much do everything that we've done to get us to where we are today. We would talk about globalization. We would talk about multinational. We would create international organizations. We would have integrity of our supply chains. And most importantly, we would have free trade agreements. I mean, in an irony, if yesterday when the talk was with Vietnam, where they said, maybe we'll just get rid of our tariffs if you get rid of yours. That's called free trade. And ironically, Vietnam is a TPP country. So welcome to the TPP, America. You could have had it in a much easier way if you wanted, right? That's the irony here, is we're actually heading towards a place where we think there should be less tariffs to make things more affordable.
So to get to that place, does globalization need to die so we can rebuild it again? Or how do you think about that?
Look, my preferred option is it doesn't have to die. I think the importance of fighting for the easier path forward, which is, let's not wait for Rome to burn and all the consequences of that. People suffer enormously during that process. You're talking 1930. You could have recessions or depression. You could have conflict. Let's avoid that, or try and avoid all of that, by going back and saying, what problem are we trying to solve? What problem is America trying to solve? Okay? And I think it has much more to do with this constituency of people who are saying, I want my job back. Okay, but as you pointed out, or I think others have been saying, with all due respect, even if you wanted to make things, why would you do it here if the customer says, but I want the best price for that? I mean, we're the ones in conflict. I don't want to pay 4x for my iPad, and I really don't care if it's made in Ohio or Shenzhen or in Mumbai somewhere. It doesn't matter to me. I just want the same product at the best price possible. So it's incumbent upon us to talk, not just to our audiences, but the audiences outside of this room here, about the difference between having an environment in which we're working together to address the actual problem versus just the anger and the venting and we must destroy and destruct. Let me tell you, the rebuilding part is going to look very much like the stuff you just tore down.
I have a question for you, Goldie, and also for you, Jean. Maybe Jean, you first. Is the USMCA dead?
You know, it's interesting. I've got a dear friend and a mentor who helped script the original NAFTA agreement. And I was told that when that was modernized and coined as the USMCA, only 5% of its content was changed. And now it's being bashed by the same people who rewrote it. I don't think you can underscore the importance of trade between our two border partners and us. Mexico passed China as the #1 trading partner with the United States just in the last 24 months in a position that China had held for 20 years. Right? Goldie has articulated the trade between these two countries. The NAFTA agreement in the automotive market and so many other markets has been quintessential to success and keeping industries in place in North America, raising standards of employment, standards of living, standards of environmental stewardship all through that agreement. I would continue to campaign that it lives on. Maybe not in its current form. Maybe there's some modernization again that needs to take place, but that's okay. And I think history has shown that if you're trading, you're not fighting. And that, from a world peace perspective, I think is the North Star we should always keep an eye on.
Can I add one sub-question, if you will? Why in the world would anyone sign a trade agreement with the U.S. right now?
Because there's no alternative to that. That's the fact. And I'm having this discussion and debates back in Canada. But let me just let's pick up on where Jean was talking about. You look back, this all started with an auto pact. And then the auto pact became the free trade agreement. The free trade agreement became the North American Free Trade Agreement. The North American Free Trade Agreement became what you call USMCA, we call CUSMA, and Mexicans call TMEC. We're in a process of evolution and evolving. We just have to figure out what's the next thing. I feel that it's really important not to get captured and beholden to the noise and the rhetoric of Washington. And in particular, my approach has been, and it keeps me grounded, is listen not for what the president says, but what he doesn't say. Don't just pay attention to what the president does, also pay attention to what he doesn't do. And if you do that, here's where you'll land. You will not find a place where the president has said, I don't want the USMCA anymore. I don't want any trade agreement with Canada or Mexico. Or to say, I only want one with Canada and none with Mexico. Or I want one with Canada and a separate one with Mexico. There's no formations in which he has mused about it. Now, it's well known he prefers bilaterals because he's in a win-lose environment. I must win, you must lose. So it's easier to do that in a bilateral. I think when he says, I don't like multilateral agreements, what he really means is, I don't think America should do a deal with EU. I don't think it's right for one country like America to have 27 other countries on the other side. I can't win in that situation. I'm pretty sure I won't win in that situation. So I don't think he's talking about us, first point. Secondly, on April the 2nd, we had evidence of this. Right? What was exempt on April 2nd? There was the so-called Liberation Day. Canada and Mexico were, for all things CUSMA compliant, and the reality is most of the things are CUSMA compliant, okay? And it builds...
He means USMCA.
Yeah, sorry,
call it something
the
different
USMCA,
up north.
excuse me. The narrative that we're trying to create, and let me tell you, we're working very closely with our friends in Mexico as well, including the business community, of course, the United States, and we're saying, let's recognize the way the world is unfolding. With all due respect to America, I know you're thinking about spheres of influence and all of that stuff. The truth is the world is breaking down into geographic blocks. You have, in the largest trade agreement in the world, the Regional Comprehensive Economic Partnership, 30% of global GDP, 30% of population. You know who's in that deal? Australia and China. Think about that for a second. Okay? Australia and China are in the same trade agreement. The United States of America, or Canada for that matter. But the point is that it's regional. You have Europe. whatever you may think about Europe, it's held. They have a trade agreement. They have, the union works better than my own country. We're still trying to get rid of our interprovincial trade barriers. You can move around Europe with a passport on your phone. You know, it's found a way to make things work there. Africa has a continental free trade agreement. They're a long ways from getting to where they need to, but there's a foundation there. Latin America. My message to the Americans has been, North America, we shouldn't be fighting ourselves. There's only 3 countries here. We have the richest continent, the smart people, high labor pool, some of the most successful companies in the world, resources like you won't believe, water all around us. There's just so many good things going for North America. We need to make the case for a strong North America. I'll just end with this anecdote on this point. We had Bob Lighthizer at our members' meeting in Calgary last year. And when it was all over, as Bob was sitting at the table with us, I said, Bob, do you mind signing your book for me? No trade is free. And so he picked it up, and I thought he'd just put Bob Lighthizer and give me the book back. Instead, he picked it up, and he looked at me, and this is what he wrote. To Goldie, your main message is keep North America number 1. And it was an indication that said, I buy your argument. Don't expect me to make it. I'm America. I don't need to talk about North America. But you definitely should, and Mexico certainly should, because it's in your interest, and by extension, our collective interest, to have a strong North America. That's the pitch we're trying to make.
That's interesting. I want to talk about some of the hidden, if you will, effects of the tariff chaos underway right now. And I want to turn to you for this, Benedict, which we were having a fascinating conversation backstage about some of the consequences of the uncertainty unfolding right now, if you will. And you were talking about some of the consequences for data centers and what might happen if there is a recession, that the financial markets seem to be buying that story, that we're not in the stagflation arena that we were in last year. We are in the garden variety recession arena, maybe. So, what does that mean for other aspects of reindustrialization that are important? AI, for instance.
Yeah, I think, and I don't want to go back every time to COVID, but I think economic uncertainty always accelerates and fuels digitalization and the need for more efficiencies. And when we think back to COVID, pre-COVID, about 15% of US healthcare providers use telehealth. Fast forward, today, about 85% of all healthcare providers use telehealth. And I think what we are seeing now in 2025 is we have a new tool. It's called generative AI. So we have a tool that helps us to create efficiencies, and tool that helps physicians, nurses, healthcare providers to augment their work and help them to be more efficient. So what I would expect is that the current economic uncertainty will just accelerate the push to AI. Quantum computing might be a little early, but let's say maybe 5 or 10 years forward. I think all these will be accelerated due to the economic uncertainty. And at the end, I think, coming back to the initial topic, this will help the US to re-industrialize and will help us to build a more resilient economy, not only in healthcare, but I think across the board.
I would just push back slightly, and I'm curious what you think about this. I've been telling this anecdote a lot in recent days. I spoke to a small manufacturer based in South Florida. He's trying to figure out how to deal with the tariff backdrop. He imports thread from Germany. He makes all of the decals that you see on uniforms, for instance. He said that he was in the midst of developing AI training for his workforce. That's on the back burner now. Right now, it's all tariffs all the time, trying to figure out how his business is going to adapt to that. So is it the case, if this anecdote happens on a wide enough scale, that this moment is actually a setback for generative AI?
I don't think so, because even in this case, the faster he sets up AI to train his stuff, the faster he's probably able to circumvent those rough waters, right, and maybe produce in the US or find smarter methods to produce more cost efficient. So I think if you have the capital and the resilience to overcome a short period, right, and maybe also invest in those measures, you will come out stronger and weather the storm.
Goldie, I can't believe we've gone this far on the panel. I haven't asked you directly. You have an impressive Rolodex of business leaders. And I want to know what they're telling you right now about what they're doing in this moment. Jean kind of hinted at it earlier. Many of them may just be pausing, hitting the pause button. But what are you hearing?
Yeah, there is a lot of that. There's no question there's pause. But, life of a CEO sometimes is like you got a 5-year runway. It's not easy to say, I'm going to do nothing. For that. You're here to do things. You want to build your business. You want to grow your business. You want to acquire. You want to expand. And they went through COVID. They're just recovering from all of that, and now you've been whacked here. So on the one hand, there's definitely a lack of confidence and concern about where we find ourselves. There is a desire, if we are going to be in a tariff world, to focus on bringing the number down. What's a manageable number? If it was 5, 10, okay, we'll figure it out. And, again, pass you will pay. But at least we can manage that. 25, nobody can manage 25. Never mind 104, I think China's up to now, if I'm keeping score right. So keep that number down. Then, the predictability, stability that a trade agreement would offer, the renewal of a trade agreement would go a long ways in being able to say, okay, if it's the new agreement, it's the new and improved, it's the greatest deal of all time, and the president won't change it within time and now and time his term comes up, well, that's stability. That's long enough stability that I can plan and I can start thinking, because there is no permanent stability or predictability. You have to take calculations. But if a new deal were to be reached, you'd have some confidence that said, well, surely a deal that we just signed, nothing's going to happen to it. You'll be okay for a little while, right? So that there's a bit of that. And then I'd say, especially those in the resources space, it's really a wake-up call to saying, okay, I got to find new customers. And I need the trade-enabling infrastructure, the arteries of trade, from ports to rail to roads to bridges, to pipelines. We need all of that to be built east and west, and we want it to be treated in a way in which it's not business as usual. This is not just a wake-up call, it's a national emergency which says, oh my God, my number one customer is not treating me very well, and I'm their number one customer, and I don't even know if I can rely on them anymore. We've got to get our act going. And so a lot of our election has been occupied about how quickly can we prepare ourselves for that. But let me say, geography won't change. America will be our number one, trading partner. We want a good relationship with the United States. We want a good relationship in North America. But it would be, the joke would be on us if we let ourselves get to this place one more time, 10 years, 20 years from now, and say, oh, I guess we should have done something. So in the business community, we're also saying you must act now. We're not going to pull back and just say, let's just go back and hope everything's okay.
Are any of your companies, insofar as they are not already significantly invested in the U.S., are they planning to be more invested in the U.S.? That would make President Trump happy, by the way.
Look, I'll be honest with you. Two things. Early on, when there was this threat, I think those with just private equity who had the capital they don't have any resources or assets. They just have money. Money, as we always say, capital mobility, don't question it. It has no ideology, nationality, and so sole anthem is where do I go to make $1 too? As long as I'm welcome, I will go there. And so America, number one economy in the world, is a lucrative market. I think some of that capital found its way here. But the ongoing, what you said, on again, off again, it's this number, it's that number, it's next week. No, it could be a month from now. It's going to be on this, but maybe it'll also be on that. Okay, you've done a really good job of saying, I don't think I want to do this with you. And so that chill has taken place. And then the second half of this is the resources are where they are. Your critical minerals are in Canada, in the ground. The oil and gas is in the ground. The potash, the uranium. You have to come and invest and deploy your capital in Canada. Right? What's missing is We need the infrastructure, number one. And I think the risk we run actually is without that free trade agreement, it's a little harder to convince foreign capital to come to Canada because with all due respect to myself as a Canadian, 40 million is a great market, but it's now smaller than California, I think. And you know, the only reason you come is to deploy capital to sell to America. And so we've got to get that ship right, stabilize the trade relationship with America while we diversify and create the conditions for capital to form because we have made it hard. You've made it hard to build infrastructure, to expand. You know, so we have to make sure that this moment is not lost on the social license. I don't like that word, but that phrase where people have to support growth and they have to support the expansion of ports and railways and all of that. That moment has arrived. I just don't want to take it for granted and pretend nothing happened. So we're pushing hard on that button.
Jean, can I ask you about something I said a few minutes ago that I sort of stated as fact, which is this idea about a recession? What do you see as far as economic growth? Do you see a recessionary risk, a stagflationary risk? What do you see?
Well, it's a question mark. By academic definition, a recession is 2 consecutive quarters of GDP decline. We had that in 2022. Not many people saw it that don't pay attention. We had it, came back out, 15 million new jobs, 2.8% GDP growth, lowest unemployment in 50 some odd years. You know, kind of quiet and dull was performing in the U.S. economy. Could things be better? Could you do something a little bit different? Yeah, sure, always. To the point that was made earlier by Goldie, you're always trying to make progress and evolution. But, you know, recession will hit. This time it's self-inflicted. It is absolutely self-inflicted. We have lost trillions of dollars in equity. People, again, when it comes to regular folks, 401ks, retirement plans. Am I going to be able to retire? Can I buy that car? Now do I have to rush out and buy the car? My kid's going to university. How am I going to pay that tuition? Now all of a sudden people start thinking. And then companies pause. And again, the 5-year trajectory on a CEO's lifespan, absolutely true. For the moment, we are now 7 days into this new regime. The pause button has been pushed. Folks are trying to figure out where they're going to go next. But if you're like me, you're thinking about not buying that next discretionary item. You're thinking about looking for a sale on the other item. So suddenly consumption will go down. Companies, wait till you see the next quarterly reports. That's going to be another barometer, if you will. And if those quarterly reports and the general outlooks are a little softer, then suddenly, yeah. And this will be started just simply because people see this on the horizon and they're going to pull back. Just pull back. And how long that lasts until they get confidence that they have enough money to make sure they can pay tuition and still do their day-to-day and pay their light bill and make sure that their house note is covered. Big question marks right now.
Well, you run the Port of LA. Is that true of yourself? Are you hitting the pause button? Are you
personally? Yeah, but professionally, no. This has been a really great story, but a lot of hard work, an overnight sensation about 11 years in the making. When I took over the Port of LA, we had a negative cash flow of about $200 million a year, budgeted. Gave up before we even started the fiscal year. We had reached our debt ceiling. We brought in a really switched on CFO. We did some things a little bit different. We put the business back in the port. And we said, unless it was regulated or contractual, every other spend item was going to be discretionary and voted on its own merits. We turned around that cash flow to positivity in 18 months, 9 consecutive years now, positive cash flow. Those prudent financial policies will now allow us to invest through cycle in infrastructure. That means about 3,000 construction jobs a day. When others will be pulling back, we're going to plow forward. This is rail, road connectors, terminal operations. We're going to continue because these too are decades-long investments that will not be stopped just because of an election cycle and what should be an economic cycle that we'll be able to see through.
What about you, Benedict? Are you hiring, not hiring? Freezing investment plans?
No, I think, as I outlined, I think we put our money where our mouth is. So we believe that healthcare and digitalization of healthcare will continue, might even accelerate. So I think we're going to plan this year on a couple $100 million investment in the U.S. and also for the next year. So we certainly see the opportunity. We think there will be opportunity. Digitizing it, also looking at the shortage of medical staff. We're looking at, in the next decade, estimation is 150 to 200,000 healthcare workers will be short. So the only way, again, to solve this is use smart technology, use AI, help the doctor, augment his work. Right now, a doctor focuses around about 50% of his time on administrative tasks. We believe within the next years we can increase his time spent with a patient back from 50 to about 80%, and this will help solve these challenges. So we definitely continue to invest.
Go ahead, Goldie. I can
Well,
read you
on the-
now.
on the
I know when you have
recession-
something to
because
say.
you raised an important question. Right? First of all, I think we have economists to make weathermen look good, so I have no idea whether there's going to be a recession or not. But there are smart people saying they may have started already. I think there's more evidence of stagflation. First of all, inflation is coming. These tariffs are all inflationary. Everyone's going to have to pay more for.
Are you talking about the U.S. or global or Canada or what?
Well, I can tell you I feel that way about Canada, and I think it's an indication of what probably will happen in the United States and in other places. And the indicators are the same, right? So first of all, inflation. These tariffs are inflationary. It's going to cost everybody more to buy the same stuff. That's going to have a problem. Your wages aren't really going to be changing during that time. So that's the first thing. Second thing is, you're going to probably create slower growth. Okay? And in that slower growth environment, it leads to the third thing, which is probably rising unemployment. So even if you're coming off a low base of what I call 1%, because you're at about 4%, so 3 is normal, so you're really about 1. But if you went to 3, you've tripled it, right? And so, we're at 6.6 today. It's hanging in pretty tough, but it wouldn't take much with the auto industry. The auto industry could shut down by Friday. Like literally it could shut down by Friday if these tariffs aren't moved out, because you've got no capacity because a car goes across the border 5 times. Are you going to charge me 125% on a car, the tariff? So there's those elements are there. And usually if you're in that environment, then you've increased the risk of a recession happening, because the longer that stagflation sits around, the confidence erodes, the unemployment rises, you're probably borrowing more money to offset, to provide service. Already our premier of our province in Canada has said, I'm going to have to reach into the deficit here to pull out, add to it by about $11 billion in supports. Well, I'm more cautious on that front because this is not COVID. Like, I don't like the comparisons to this situation being COVID. This is not a global pandemic. We're not all sitting at home worried about whether they're going to be alive tomorrow. It's a very different scenario. We have to make sure we have the supports in place through unemployment insurance like we do in Canada and other.
We have that here. It's just very hard to get.
It's just very hard to get in. But the point is, you can create a recession with all these actions. I'm not sure we're necessarily having one today.
Right. I mean, I think that I won't go into a nerdy discussion about central banking here, but I do think the conversation has shifted from, what is the net effect of Trump's policies? The tax bill, the DOGE cuts, the tariff and trade war. I think that I haven't heard that in a while from my sources. The question now is just trade. And that kind of leads into my next question, which is, I was at the World Economic Forum in Davos in January, and there was such glee in the air. Businesses were happy, CEOs were skipping down the road, and I think there was this excitement for a business-friendly administration. Is this administration business-friendly?
Well, they thought they had guardrails. Remember what I said earlier?
You can't go first. You're Canadian.
They believed that there's limits. Okay. I'm not sure they're skipping up and down the road anymore.
Yeah. What do you say, Gene?
Probably like most folks, I just don't know. Because I don't see a lot of the end game. I was one in the camp that wasn't dismissive of what I heard on the campaign trail. And in my job, I have to be apolitical as a government agency, a municipal agency that relies heavily on its state and federal government for policy, regulation, guidance, investment, and the entree to the private sector to do just the same on the investment side. I can't swing one way or the other politically. But when you kind of piece this all together, whether it was a white paper on a plan, statements that were made on the campaign trail, the assemblance of cabinet members that are put together. And you take over a new job as a CEO, you always want to right-size the organization structure, follow strategy. You want to take out waste, you want to improve efficiencies and all that, so you can't blame that. But some of the extremes and without a clear path to what is called interim goals or success leaves many of us just questioning where we're at. So I guess we've got to land this thing in just a couple of minutes. And I would say that we don't know what we don't know at this juncture. And I'm coming at you now from my lens as the port director in global trade. I'm going to keep my powder dry as best I can. I talk about policy. I don't talk about politics. That doesn't do anybody any good. Soon, I'm going to have to release that pause button if I'm a CEO and start moving forward with the information I have to do the best I can to go through cycle. Mine is going to be continue to invest in infrastructure while taking advantage of some opportunities and be ready when we come back out, because global trade will persist. I want to be there to catch that next wave as best we can. Some tough decisions may lie ahead, but at the same time, I'm still going to knock on every door possible with trading partners and friends across industry and with policymakers and politicians to share what those virtues are of every job that's created with 4 containers that comes through that port.
Benedict and Goldie, I want to give you guys chances to respond, but if I can just throw in my last question, because as Jean says, we're running out of time. The Phoenix Global Forum loved this panel so much, they're going to invite us back in 10 years. So when we're sitting here in 10 years, is there more trade or less trade? What do you think, Benedict?
Definitely more trade.
More trade.
100%.
Goldie?
Yeah, more. There's no question.
More trade. And I will give you a chance to respond. Is this a business-friendly administration? President Trump, what are you hearing? I kind of cut you off.
Well, as I said, the optimism was it was going to be a more business-friendly administration than from the business community's perspective. You know, all the right things were being said: tax cuts, deregulation. You know, really aggressive on growth. All the ambition that was there. You know, make America's economy the golden era. All of that stuff speaks to opportunities to invest, opportunities to grow. And then, as I said, the guardrails, the fact that they were blown out of the water on things that we thought were sure. And I think that's why people were, you know, happy in Davos. Said, okay, we know what the limits will be. There'll be some noise, but don't get distracted by that. It'll only so far. The fact that, you know, even this week, I was like, oh, I think they'll be gone by Wednesday. I know it's only Tuesday and there's still a chance. I'm not so sure they'll be gone by Wednesday anymore.
Let me check.
You know, yeah, they're not gone yet. But like,
no, still
we're all in. Like, we're all in. And it, you know, he meant what he said about China, and then all of a sudden they're 50% more today. Like, this is, it may have to get much worse before it gets better.
Before we end, I have to ask you the intrigue question, Goldie, which is just, are the Canadians really mad at us? Like, really mad at us?
Yes, the short answer is yes. You know, it takes a lot to get Canadians sort of, you know, emotionally distraught, and they're really mad. And we have this whole campaign called Elbows Up, which is like, if you're going to the corner with me, you're coming out with a bloody nose. You know, that hockey game where we won the other day against the Four Nations Cup, it was not just a hockey game. There was a lot more at stake there to beat the Americans in the medal. I mentioned we beat you in the gold medal, right? Yeah. So there's a bit of that for sure. But as I said, it's also a wake-up call to Canada to say you cannot blame the president for calling us out on not doing enough on NATO and national security and making sure that our borders are secure and making sure that we have free trade in our own country and making sure that we diversify our customer base. You can't put any of that on you. That's on us. And so, as I said, thank you. You've done us a great favor.
And when you say they're pissed, you mean like piss, not Canadian piss.
Yeah, don't go on the ice with them is what I would recommend.
Okay. All right. Well, I want to thank you all. This has been an excellent discussion and such a critical moment for us to have it. So thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you.
And we look forward to the next one in 10 years.
Wow, I think that deserves a second, bigger, louder round of applause. That was intense. Nice job, everybody. Thank you, Goldie, Eugene, Benedict, and Courtney. Wow, I'm impressed. That was really fascinating. Okay, as we near the end of the first day of the second annual Phoenix Global Forum, we have one final panel discussion before we wrap up today and gear up and get ready for tomorrow. Our next session, Integrating Autonomous Mobility Nationwide, is going to delve into the evolving landscape of urban mobility, where autonomous technologies on the ground and in the air, oh, I've whisked by a few on the ground, are revolutionizing the movement of people, goods, and services. So please join me in welcoming our distinguished speakers, Ryan Naru from Joby Aviation, Taylor Alberstadt from Honeywell Aerospace Technologies, Clint Harper from Harper 40 Solutions, and Michelle Olson from Lambert by LLYC, who is going to be moderating this discussion. So, Michelle, the stage is yours.
Hi, everyone. Good afternoon. I am Michelle Olson. I'm Chief Client Officer and the head of Aerospace Defense and Advanced Air Mobility for a company called LLYC, Lorente y Cuenca. We're a marketing and PR firm. Before I introduce my panelists, I want to just see a show of hands. Would anyone in this room have gotten in that vehicle and flown off the top of a building, knowing what you know? Yay, there's like 5. I think that after you hear what we have to say, that everyone might raise their hands. We're going to talk about advanced air mobility and how it integrates into cities. And I'm so happy to have these guys with me. They're my tribe. We talk about this subject constantly, it seems. But to my right, I have Ryan Nehru. He is with Joby Aviation, and he's the head of government affairs and aviation policy. And then Taylor Alberstadt from Honeywell and Business Development and Advanced Air Mobility. And Clint Harper has his own urban planning firm. These folks have flown in today to talk with us because we think that this is such an important topic and in such an important time where the way that we travel between cities and rural areas and just in general, the way we move goods and people is going to change dramatically and already has. Here in Arizona, we have Arizona Amazon Prime is already doing product deliveries in Tolleson. I know that Walmart is doing product deliveries in Texas. So that's just one form of advanced air mobility. Before we get into a lot of others, I want my panelists to introduce themselves and to give their definition, too, of advanced air mobility. Just quick background on, we'll start with Ryan.
Yeah, hi, Ryan Naru. I'm the Aviation Policy and Regulatory Affairs Lead at Joby Aviation. My background is in aerospace engineering and economics. I've been in aviation now for, nearly a decade, and I started my life as a maintainer, and very fortunate to be working with Joby today. Definition of advanced air mobility. I think that there are many. What you saw on the screen was a vision from Uber Elevate, who began to send a demand signal to the aerospace industry about the confluence of technologies that are going to enable quiet, sustainable, and affordable vertical flight in a way that a helicopter never has been able to before. That is a mode of transport called urban air mobility. Advanced air mobility for me is urban air mobility, but there are other forms. Let my partners on stage take a crack at the other parts of the definition.
Yeah, thanks, Ryan. So Taylor Alverstad, as Michelle mentioned, I'm with Honeywell Aerospace, and more specifically, our Advanced Air Mobility division. Within Honeywell, about 5 years ago, our chairman came across an article that wasn't titled Advanced Air Mobility, but recognized that there was going to be this shift, right, that Ryan started to define. What will the future of aviation look like? How will it change? And is everything that we've been doing over the past 100 years, keeping aircraft in the air, will all of that be the same going forward? And I think the answer is no, right? There's some yeses, but I think the way we move, as Michelle said, is changing. And the advanced air mobility definition for me is a pretty broad umbrella. Ryan mentioned UAM, which is urban air mobility. I think UAS, so unmanned aerial systems, falls under that umbrella. Regional air mobility falls under that umbrella. So as you mentioned, this confluence of technology, it's enabled us to design aircraft differently to move people and goods and complete different missions that may not have been capable in the air or can now be done differently through these new types of vehicles. So I'll leave it at that and pass off to Clint.
They got the easy answers. So Clint Harper, I'm a community advocate within the advanced air mobility space. I've been in aviation for 26 years, most of which was in the United States Air Force. I was an airfield manager where I helped as a team to plan, design, and operate airports, heliports, and UAS, UAV infrastructure. When I retired in 2014, I had a moment of crisis where I wanted to continue serving. And that meant serving my community, and I was wondering, what does aviation do for the communities, the communities that I'm trying to serve, and I was learning about planners and how they're addressing transportation inequities, food insecurity, all sorts of social issues, and they're trying to bake those into the plans. And I was wondering, what is aviation doing about food insecurity or transportation inequities and things of that nature? And so it became my mission to serve as a community advocate to try and bring some resolution to that, to make aviation a better industry, and really excited about everything under the advanced air mobility umbrella. And so I'll broaden the definition out just a little bit, because I don't think we're done adding things underneath that umbrella. There's technologies in the pipeline that we probably don't even have visibility on yet. And so how I try and describe this to communities is when we look at advanced air mobility, we're looking at new technologies around propulsion and around automation. And both propulsion and automation, those spaces have been evolving within aviation for quite some time now. So this is just the next iterative phase. But Ryan hit the nail on the head here when talking about it. We're trying to make aviation a cleaner industry, a more accessible industry, and a quieter industry. Something that's more integrative into the communities, and that's what really excites me about all this. And so with that, you do get the UAS, you got the eVTOLs, the UAM missions. We also have short takeoff and landing aircraft in the pipeline. Just a lot of different things that are coming, on board that might serve you, either moving yourself, or the goods that you're consuming at a much more efficient way.
I'm going to add one that's a little bit different, but still falls under advanced technologies, and that's laminar flow aircraft, and how jets now are being designed from the airframe out to be more 80% laminar flow to stop the turbulent airflow that hits them, so that they can go faster and smoother through the air and fly at a higher altitude and require less fuel. They're not changing the propulsion systems, they're changing the airframe, which is part of it. So just advancing the technologies. Now, Ryan, you said something in your introduction about helicopters. And when I first entered this industry, like 9 years ago now, most of my background has been on the ground. So public relations and community advocacy for communities, towns, cities, zoning projects, NIMBYism, anybody that doesn't really want something, they come out loud when they're against something. But you said something about helicopters. And helicopters are loud, but they could have done that mission that we just saw in the Uber Elevate video, which is like 7 or 8 years old almost, that video. So why wouldn't we just let helicopters do it?
Well, that's a great question. First of all, we were talking about this confluence of new technologies. One of them, as Clint alluded to, is electric propulsion. Electric propulsion enables you to develop aircraft that are a step change quieter than today's existing aviation technologies. And to kind of prove that point, we actually have an audio file that we can play right now. Why don't we hit it? So we're going to start with some airplanes, we'll do some helicopters, and we'll see what's next.
If anybody can name those vehicles, you win a prize.
That's my client. They're all flying at the same altitude.
Same altitude, same speed. This is the Joby S4 aircraft. It's an air taxi. It's built with electric propulsion, full envelope protections, full authority fly-by-wire. It's probably the most advanced aircraft in development today, although I am playing for the home team. I got to tell you, when we had an opportunity to fly this aircraft in New York City, we invited a group of community advocates called Stop the Chop to participate in an event at the downtown Manhattan heliport. And if you know anything about Stop the Chop, you can probably guess from their name, they are very against helicopters. Helicopters absolutely pummel the lived environment in New York City. If you're in the Brooklyn Bridge Park, if you're in the Hudson River Park, these incredible public spaces, what you'll hear every 2.5 minutes is another Air Tour helicopter. And they're flying low, they're flying slow, and they're creating a lot of noise pollution. And so this community group has stood up to say something, to this industry and say, we really don't want helicopters anymore flying over us like this. But rather than, suggest that we shut the heliports down now, having heard the Joby aircraft, they realize, you know what? There might be a future for advanced technologies to compete fairly with these existing helicopters and potentially displace them and create, through economic competition, a quieter lived environment. And so that, for us to have their support, they've now signaled that support to the mayor's office, to city council, is a perfect example of why this is actually something that communities, business stakeholders should be paying attention to, because we think it's going to radically change how communities relate to aviation.
Yeah, I'll add on to that, right? So, when we think about public adoption and how is the general public going to think about the noise, can we have a regular conversation as a helicopter flies at that altitude overhead? Probably not. With the Joby or other advanced air mobility vehicles, you can, right? So that noise pollution profile is diminished. There's 3 other elements, I think, that truly differentiate a helicopter from our advanced air mobility operations we're talking about, and Clint hit another couple of those. It's safer, right? So when you think about new propulsion systems and you think about a hybrid electric or a battery electric system, with those architectures, you can place rotors at different places on a vehicle. So a helicopter with a traditional gas turbine engine has one rotor, and if you have a failure, you're going to have an issue, right? It's a much more challenging path safely to the ground. With an advanced air mobility vehicle based on their designs, you can lose one or potentially more, depending on the aircraft configuration, and still be able to continue and finish a mission. So there's a safer approach to using this type of vehicle versus a helicopter. So we talked about noise and safety. You're using electric machines, so motors, which are much simpler products than gas turbine engines. So from both an acquisition cost and an operational cost, it's significantly cheaper to operate advanced air mobility vehicles, which would lower the price to the end users. And then sustainability. which, in some circles you can still talk about sustainability today, and it's important. So you're talking zero operating emissions for all electric vehicles, reduced operating emissions for hybrid electric vehicles, and really across those 4 pillars, that's what differentiates helicopters from advanced air mobility vehicles. But I want to be clear that there are missions that helicopters operate today that advanced air mobility vehicles are not suited to replace. This is not we want to wipe out all rotorcraft and replace it with advanced air mobility vehicles. There are particular use cases and missions where there's an overlap. There's certain ones that are better suited at helicopter level and better suited for advanced air mobility. So it's introducing a new modality, but not out to replace those that exist today.
Yeah, you guys are getting all the easy responses. But let's look at this from a community perspective, on all this. And so back in the 50s, in the United States, we put almost all of our eggs into one mode of transportation, into one basket of the personal automobile. And the effects and the unintended consequences of that, are widespread, everything from obesity to air quality issues to a lot of different things, and so we've taken choice out of our transportation system. And right now we see a lot of communities, Phoenix included, and where I'm from, Salt Lake City included as well, we're trying to bring more choice back into the transportation system, whether it be transit, whether it be walking, active transportation, micromobility, the scooters, they all have found a role, within cities and within the transportation system where they can provide a service at a more efficient and cost-friendly way than the personal automobile has. And so when I go and talk about this to communities and to regions, and I ask, what do you think of when you think about multimodal transportation? Aviation is never a part of that conversation until now. And so now we're looking at all this, from a truly multimodal across the span with aviation included as a part of that. And it's possible largely because of the noise qualities and the noise characteristics. Right now in many large cities, a landing fee for a heliport in a downtown environment is over $1,000 because they're trying to restrict operations into that because of the impacts of noise. And so by unlocking that and taking that barrier away, we're allowing much more streamlined operations, and that $1,000 landing fee, in a private system, as helicopters often is, it's passed on to the user, it's passed on to the rider in a ticket price, and so it jacks those prices way up. And so just by eliminating or reducing the noise footprint, we're going to see some significant cost savings. It's going to make that barrier to entry and that barrier to use this system much lower than it's ever been before.
One of the things Phoenix has done with their transportation tax this year, I live here in Phoenix, and I'm very proud of my city and my state, and think it's the most beautiful state in the U.S. We've passed our transportation tax, which included emerging technologies, I think, for the first time, and that includes aviation, and they're planning for it, which is, I think, in testament to our state, but also to Mayor Gallego, because she's such a fan of advanced air mobility. And one of the things that I think is interesting, these are clean sheet design vehicles. They're not helicopters that are electrified, which is different. Helicopters are heavy. You can't put 4 people in an electric helicopter, at least not yet. And there are some helicopter manufacturers that are electrifying their machines. But the clean sheet designs, Joby's one of the most advanced. There are several companies that are doing the same, and they each have a little bit different airframe and a little bit different mission that they're planning. So with all of that, and with sound being let's just say sound's not an issue anymore. We've proven that. You guys have done so many studies on sound. Can we scale this at where it becomes part of, like, everyone here in the audience, and I can avoid the I-10 traffic, and I can get from point A to point B in a faster way? Like, can we scale this in cities? In short, if we build it, will they come? Will people want it? And whoever wants to jump in first.
There's a phrase in our industry, and I think many industries that are on the cutting edge, crawl, walk, run. What you're describing is certainly the run. It's the scaled vision of air mobility. Essentially the ability to push a button, get a flight, and have that seamless multimodal trip available to you from many different places in the city, right? To have that sort of optionality to move at a very quick pace, it might be somewhat more.
I want it now.
I know, me too. I'm from New York. You know,
He wants it now too.
I want it right now. I think about the, you know, so close yet so far away narrative, right? So there are 5 boroughs in New York. But if you were in Staten Island, you would never consider taking a trip to Arthur Avenue in the Bronx to enjoy, you know, the great Italian cuisine and culture there, because it would take you well over 2 hours and lots of tolls to get there. Then another 2 hours plus and all the tolls home. And so our cities are separated even within, you know, 12 or 15 miles of each other by geographic barriers, transportation barriers. That is the niche that we want these aircraft to be able to serve. Now, how do you get there? How do you get to scale? Well, first and foremost, you need to be able to operate at the crawl phase. A few aircraft, earn social license, prove to the general public that this is not an intrusive mode of air mobility as compared to a helicopter. The next steps are going to be infrastructure. I'll let, you know, Clint speak to that for sure. There's, you know, going to be a limitation on the number of aircraft that you can deploy based on the number of helipads that you have. These aircraft are going to take off and land not from your backyard, but from aviation infrastructure. Beyond that, I mean, certainly it's going to be the economics, and those economics, as was mentioned, are really driven by a lot of these factors. For example, I'm a former maintainer in my young life. I had customer aircraft that when they needed, let's say, engine maintenance, transmission maintenance, that's an asset that is no longer working for them for 2 weeks. That's a lot of downtime. With these aircraft, thanks to electric propulsion, I'm able to remove and replace components and keep an aircraft in service. It's an hour-long job, right? And so that asset getting so much more utilization over the course of a year allows you, again, to drive down that cost. And those are the benefits we're going to start seeing over time. I mean, infrastructure, though, is a critical piece to this. So, Clint.
Yeah. Yeah, so I'm going to throw in another, you know, little cliche in there. We're a rising tide raises all ships, and that's the way we need to think about this in terms of, you know, what it takes to scale on the infrastructure side. You know, and so aviation today is so siloed, you know, from every other mode of transportation and thinking. You know, when I was studying this, I would go to cities and ask about how are you integrating aviation into your land use plans, your economic development strategies, your transportation plans. And the city's response across 5 different cities was all, oh, you said aviation. Go talk to the airport manager. He'll tell you all about it. You know, so I go talk to the airport manager and said, you know, how are you doing this? Ask the same question. Oh, well, you said cities or communities. Go talk to the city office. Nobody really had an answer. You know, and so, you know, again, you know, we're trying to promote this multimodal system, you know, and we can't just layer aviation on top of everything, you know, as a new thing to deal with. The cities aren't prepared for that. And so, you know, I had the honor of serving the city of Los Angeles, the Los Angeles Department of Transportation as a fellow, where we were starting to look at how do we integrate aviation into the existing strategies, you know, that we already have. And one of the things that we really liked was just kind of understanding, you know, the different needs of a new airport or heliport or vertiport or whatever, you know, whatever it has you. If you're bringing more and more passengers, you know, through that, you're creating a first last mile challenge. And you know, we recognize that our transit authorities have been solving first last mile issues for decades now. You know, and so can we integrate in to the transit system to solve for that first last mile problem, or a micromobility system, or walking, you know, which may influence urban design, getting more street trees to make those walks more comfortable. You know, all of that, you know, so now we're not just improving aviation, we're improving our built environment. We're improving the way we get around, the way our goods get around. And we need to think about it holistically, you know, so that we can get that social license and talk to the communities about, hey, it's not just, you know, the situation today where the wealthy are bypassing the traffic and flying over your head and you have to deal with the noise and the emissions. You know, we're trying to make this across all the different technologies that are available underneath the AAM umbrella to have some kind of benefit for everybody. And, you know, at the lowest level, you know, I use the analogy in Utah, or the example in Utah. A few years ago, pre-COVID, I remember supporting a charter mission that was trying to get mining parts to a mine off in the rural part of the state. And they chartered an aircraft to do that, at tens of thousands of dollars to move that because it was that critical. That's the kind of stuff that we move via aviation, back then. Today, in the city of Harriman, we're moving cookies and cream to ice cream and paper towels via drones to people's places. And so we're making it more accessible, for everybody.
That's a great point, right? There's a lot of puzzle pieces that need to come together before Michelle can hail her air taxi, to her front door.
I'm going to be
Unfortunately,
the first.
right? The operational certificates, the type certificates for the aircraft, the pilot training, the public acceptance that we touched on. But a piece of it is understanding the different use cases, right? We've talked quite a bit about putting people on aircraft and moving them around for different reasons. But advanced air mobility includes moving parcels and equipment, like Clint just mentioned, right? There are an unlimited and untapped number of use cases. And, talking to all of you, I think if we said we have a vehicle that can do this, what would you as a business leader do with it? And there's still new ideas coming about right now, right? From ecotourism to moving organs, right? To fast delivery to, I read a note about, what was it called? Talent mobility. Think about a particular surgeon who can, who's an expert in this particular surgery. Well, now he can get to multiple hospitals quicker to conduct that surgery, right? More often. So the use cases, need to be there in order for this market to come to bear. And the vehicles that are coming to support that, whether they be small Class 1 or Class 2 drones that can do, we like using the 4Ds, dull, dark, dirty, and dangerous missions, right? How do we take that out of a person's hands and put it into an autonomous vehicle or a remotely piloted vehicle, a small drone, all the way up to a larger, clean sheet aircraft that can move 6, 9, 12 passengers in a completely different way. So the economics have to be there through these new use cases as well before we'll scale.
And safer. I mean, the surgeon going from Scottsdale to Mesa, it's slower. The opportunity for crash is much higher than in one of these aircraft that are going to be designed at commercial jet standards, 10 to the minus 9. Like it's a no-brainer almost for those in public safety, getting a surgeon to a crash site that's completely blocked and being able to render care and wait for the ambulance to come, I think is just brilliant.
And maybe to add a couple true life use cases, right? There's a company in Ireland called Manna that can deliver pints of Guinness. It wenches them down to your backyard, right? In Scottsdale, they're using drone as a first responder. So, if you're within this ecosystem, you kind of see this rollout happening. Michelle mentioned here in Arizona, Amazon's doing deliveries. So it's already starting to take hold, I think, is if you start to look, it's going to increase exponentially the number of deliveries and the speed at which we're now racing toward certification. But it's been a very long, challenging process. But this is no longer, and we say this a lot, right? It's not a matter of if, right? It's now a matter of when for this industry, where maybe 5-10 years ago there were a lot more question marks.
I mean, in all likelihood, these aircraft, Joby, the top 2 or 3 might be certified next year. Fingers crossed.
We're going to keep working real hard on that.
So they're going to be in the air, and we will be walking, and running.
We have 5 test aircraft currently in flight. We'll have a 6th one online here in probably another month or 2. We're putting in the hours. We recently crossed a 40,000 nautical mile mark, which is essentially twice.
Remarkable.
I think that the thing that's probably most on the minds, though, of the people out there is, okay, well, why should I care about this, right? Like, what does this have to do with me? And, I think that for me, I think about this not as a solution to this existential transportation problem of congestion, right? We're not going to be able to solve congestion with air mobility. Everyone knows how latent demand works. If you open a new lane, right, you're just going to fill the lane. Hopefully we do move significant traffic to the air, but what I think that I ask my stakeholders to think about is, how is transportation an engine for your economy? How is the ability to have in-person meetings with someone, 50, 60 miles away in less than an hour's time going to add value to your business? How is being connected to your international airport from basically any neighborhood in the city going to transform your city's opportunities to be connected to the global marketplace? Air mobility is part of that future state solution. It's going to be how I think cities and regions supercharge their ability to do business, to compete globally as I think cities that support innovation in particular as well, right? I think that any new aviation product is going to be a strong signal for that. But I also think about people like my dad. So when I was growing up, again, New Yorker, I lived about 40 miles north of New York City, and my dad would commute an hour and a half each way. So 3 hours just on the train, plus the time to and from those train stations. And you miss a lot of stuff. I think all of us in the room, we sometimes miss those things at home that we wish we could have that time back. And for, I think, a very large number of people, having the option to have that time back, maybe it's once a week, maybe it's once a month, right, is now something that is part of the equation. Right? You can't do that today with a helicopter. But what if you could with one of these quiet and accessible aircraft?
No excuse for not going to the gym anymore, you're saying?
We're going to put a vertiport in the LA Fitness right there in the parking lot. It makes me wonder about just the whole ecosystem of what it's going to take on the ground, in the air, at airports, in these 5,000 underutilized airports around the country. Like, what's it going to take to make this happen? There are cities now that are already planning for it. Phoenix has filed, or Arizona's filed the SB 1307, and hopefully that's just to get us talking about how we're going to mobilize advanced air mobility, and hopefully that'll be chatted about in the legislature here pretty soon. But we've got Dallas-Fort Worth. We've got pretty much all of Florida. Florida, I think, is in the U.S. is probably the most advanced region. Ohio, where the Center of Excellence is. California and Utah. They're making a lot of noise about the things that they're putting into place. But from a larger perspective, I'm just curious what is the ecosystem, and like the folks here in this audience could be working in real estate or along a transit line or at a Starbucks and want to think about something next to a vertiport. We haven't really defined vertiport yet, have we? Kind of heliport on steroids, maybe. But let's talk about that. Just like which cities might come first, and where are we, and what's the ecosystem?
So I'm going to deviate from the air taxi, service just for a minute here, because what the ecosystem looks like really depends on the needs of the community, that's going to create demand and create a commercial service with that. And so one of the things that I do with various states and regions is try and facilitate conversations about, what are your needs? What keeps you up at night? And we try and do this absent of any expectation of there being an aviation or advanced air mobility type of solution, and so with the emergency managers, with the housing folks, with the water and utilities, what is it that keeps you up at night? What are the things that you're struggling with the most? How is the transportation system failing you today? Whether it be emergency services, whether it be your commute, just take the gloves off and really think about that, and then let's talk about those needs that exist today, and with those, we can start looking at, what solutions actually make sense for any given region. And once you have those solutions, whether it be an air taxi, whether it be, a UAS, large or small, or even a short takeoff and landing, aircraft, then we can start looking at, all right, what does the infrastructure needs? And then as we get into the infrastructure, of course, the infrastructure is on the ground. And that is the one area where cities and local jurisdictions have authority over within the aviation ecosystem as a whole. And so you got to start looking at policies, development policies, regulations, fire codes, the whole 9 yards to see, is your city, is your community ready to bring this service in, and what can we do, to make it scale? Maybe it's economic development incentives, things of that nature. But really start looking at it, and we can start from what we have. And so a vertiport, a lot of people do like the notion that it's a heliport on steroids. It doesn't have to be. A vertiport can be a heliport. In fact, there's a lot of movement just to bring those two terms together and say vertical lifts, vertical takeoff and landing aircraft is going to operate out of a vertical lift infrastructure, whether it be heliport, vertiport, whatever you want to call it. But get that down there and look at those existing policies. We did this in the city of Los Angeles, and I've helped other cities look at it too and say, what does your heliport development code look like? Do you even have one? And start just kind of going through the scenarios of, how the system is going to operate and see, do you have things covered? And I'll leave it up to, the rest of you to fill in the blanks here.
Yeah, and many of the things Clint mentioned, for those of you part of the aerospace ecosystem, aviation is a highly regulated industry, right? So, who's going to have it first? It's going to be the early adopters, the cities, the governments, the policymakers that lean in. Right? Michelle gave a great example. SB 1307 here in Arizona, it passed, I think, 27-1 in the Senate, and now it's at the House. It requires an appointment of an advanced air mobility leader for Arizona, and they're going to be responsible for figuring out how does this integrate with the current Arizona transportation landscape, right? Things like that need to happen where you have the policy folks involved, where you have public and private stakeholders working together, because the number of things that you've heard here on the stage don't come without a lot of brute force. You need folks responsible for everything from the vertiports, which have their own regulations, that aren't yet fully finalized. So there's still rulemaking going on around vertiports because these vehicles are going to operate a little bit differently than helicopters, just in terms of how they land and take off from a downwash, outwash. So think about the wind that comes off at the profile. That's different than helicopters, right? So we need to analyze that and understand how that works. You need to understand the noise signature, as it may be different between different types of aircraft, right? As they're designed differently, the rotors are sized differently, they spin at different speeds. It may not mean every advanced air mobility vehicle has the same noise signature. So maybe you want to allow some into this area, but not some, at this period of time or in this area. So all of that needs to be worked through, and I think you really are finding some select localities nationwide that are leaning in. I heard on this stage quite a few times the C word, China, right? China is very committed to a low altitude economy. They are doing this today. So I think everyone needs to be mindful that we will, as a United States, be left behind. Someone within our group uses this Wakanda moment analogy, right? For those of you familiar with the Marvel Universe, you kind of go through this invisible curtain, and suddenly the entire world's different. That's starting to happen in China right now because they're leaning in so significantly with funding, with regulation, and with or without public support, because they can do that. And so we need to think about how we want America to continue to lead, North America as a whole and the United States more specifically.
Well, and I think as I think about the ecosystem too, I think about suppliers. I think about equipment manufacturers. I think about the operators. I also think about airports, and I think a lot about also electrification. And we've talked about that, I think, at the event today significantly. Airports, for all of the amazing work that they do, don't really have a grasp, for the most part, on the location, condition, and residual capacity of their electrical distribution resources. And they're experiencing that pain right now with supporting their rental car fleets that are, now serving increased penetration of EVs. People want EVs. People want to be able to utilize these vehicles when they travel. Now, I think that what's happening is, as we see these electrification demands send a demand signal to the airports, right, that enables, the future of air mobility in a big way too. Enterprise Mobility, it's the parent company of Enterprise Rent-A-Car, put out a report, I think last year, saying most airports are going to need to double their electrical distribution capacity in the next year, and that didn't even consider advanced air mobility. I was talking
That was just for cars.
That was cars, gate electrification, right?
Yeah,
How can we, yeah, exactly, ground service equipment, electrical HVAC, which is more affordable and more efficient. For example, we heard from Bloomer Energy earlier. That's part of the ecosystem, right? As we think about how do we enable more power availability and on-site generation for airports. So the ecosystem is broad. And, one last thing too is on workforce. So I'm going to pull New York out again. I can't stop myself. Aviation is the second most significant employer in the borough of Queens, between LaGuardia and JFK, and all of the supporting services and businesses that go, into the aviation ecosystem. It is the second most significant workforce driver in the borough.
Is that for us? Are we being given the hook? No, no one wants to fly.
I think you said stop talking about New York. We're in Phoenix.
I'm trying to balance you with all my Arizona's the most beautiful state in the nation.
It is.
It is. The thing that I want to focus on, because we're also a very competitive state, and I know New York is too, and who's going to be first? Is it going to be in America, or is it going to be in Dubai or Saudi Arabia? Or I know Joby's kind of gone, is getting involved in other countries for operations, and we know they're very competitive. But is there a state, can you even say anybody that's ready now for that first certified vehicle?
I think focus on the first is like a flash in the pan thing.
Don't put so much weight on it.
Yeah. I mean, who's doing it right? Who's doing it safely? Who's doing it sustainably? Who's engaging their communities the right way? I care more about those things than being first. Now, today, we have in China a electric vertical takeoff and landing aircraft that has been certified by the Chinese Aviation Authority, and it's operating now for compensation and hire. It doesn't have a pilot. It's fully autonomous. It has very limited operational allowances, but that will expand over time. But I don't know anything about how that aircraft was certified, what were its detailed design standards, what was the level of rigor that went into, deploying that system. But I know that I'll outcompete them, because that aircraft isn't designed to be quiet. It's like a large drone. It's not going to be very efficient in cruise flight. So, again, first, congrats. Let's see who, aviation for me, like if you think about Boeing, you want to be a 100-year company, right?
Yeah, I think that's well said, right? You want to get to market in a way that you have a sustaining business. But that being said, getting to market and getting that data, right? You think about terrestrial, right? Autonomous driving, the amount of data collected just by doing it. So that's part of it. You get to market and you are able to collect data, and the pace at which you can iterate and learn from that, especially when we think about this future path to autonomy. And we haven't really talked about that on stage here, but the majority of AAM operators, at the point in time where you can remove the pilot from the cockpit to operate as safe or safer as if a pilot were on board and you reach that level of autonomy, you open up another revenue generating seat. It's really important to our industry to get to that point. And that only comes through massive amounts of data, continuing to fly, learning, technology improving. So, getting to day one and then being able to start the clock is really important. But if you get there cutting corners, you're not going to last.
Yeah, and I agree with Ryan. The first is, isn't really helpful, in these conversations. I think every state, every region, every city who is engaged in this is doing it in the way that works for them, at the pace that's working for them. And we can highlight, some states and some cities. You mentioned the state of Florida. Florida is leaning in on this because they've already had a very robust division of aeronautics at the state level. That has a very sound policy across the state. Because Florida is a great state for flying, and so they're very developed in that manner. You go to Michigan. Michigan has manufacturing in their DNA, and so that's how they're leaning in on this. You talk about the workforce; they're trying to figure out, what's that future workforce look like? How do we attract manufacturing? How do we attract, the different things? And so they're starting to lean in from, all right, well, we want to shorten those supply chains, and so we're going to attract operations, but the end goal is to get that manufacturing, established. And so, Utah, they're using the Olympics, the 2034 Winter Olympics as leverage, to start robusting their transportation system overall with an advanced air mobility component to it. And so again, every state's leaning in a different way. Got a different set of stakeholders. That they're navigating different sensitivities. That have to be dealt with. Very pragmatically. And so, there's just a lot of states doing great things. I can talk, for hours just on the different things that states are doing that I like, and even down to the MPOs and the cities as well.
And I think from a public involvement perspective, they're starting to reach out to people just to help them understand what advanced air mobility is, what an air taxi is, what a drone is. That's not, the little flying spider that a lot of people have come to not like. So that public outreach and getting input and city planning and helping to understand, like if we put a vertiport here, what other business will go around it. I think that it's coming much faster along than I thought.
That education is so important, and so I've done quite a bit of outreach and engagement in this space, starting in Utah. My very first meeting in Utah about this was in Salt Lake City. Just happened to be, and the meeting was set for months in advance, but it just happened to be the Tuesday after all the scooters invaded the city streets. And so I went in there talking about this new disruptive transportation technology on the aviation side, and I had a lot of fingers pointing at me, a lot of loud, noisy, scary words, and I walked out of that meeting with my tail between my legs, thinking I don't want to do that again. That sucked. But as I got my skin got thicker, and I got my role with Los Angeles, I realized how important it is to let the community be heard, to let them vent, because there's so many things, especially within transportation and aviation in particular, where the communities haven't felt like they've had a voice. They haven't had a place to vent their frustrations. And so my first role with the city of Los Angeles was going through social media and finding out who were the groups that hate the idea of advanced air mobility the most, who are the most vocal against that. And the list became my first wave of outreach. And I went and talked to them. And first, we just listened to them. What do you hate about aviation? Why did you have this visceral reaction against, what they're doing? And across all the meetings that we had, we've identified 3 things that people don't like about aviation. It's noisy. That was probably number 1. It's dirty and polluting. That was number 2. And then it's inaccessible. So for the most case, people on the ground, they have to deal with the noise. They have to deal with the pollution, but they don't get access to the services that aviation provides. And again, across the board, those were the issues. And as we started looking into what can the solutions look like, first it was like, all right, well, what if we made aviation better? What if we improved the noise? What if we improved the emissions? What if we made it more accessible? Is that something worth pursuing, knowing that aviation isn't going to go away completely? And across the board, again, everybody's like, yeah, let's do that. And then we, started our education on advanced air mobility, and some of them are like, yeah, you tricked us. But it just made sense, in that. And it got to the point where one of the most contentious groups was called LA Walks, and they're a pedestrian advocacy group, and they became one of our greatest allies. They wrote letters of support for me to get involved in different areas representing the city in different initiatives across the country. And so this does make sense. We're making aviation a better industry. There's a lot here that is very cool, very flashy and shiny, but we're improving aviation, and by that we're improving the transportation system, and by that we could even be improving the built environment as a whole.
Yeah, the public perception is huge. For the Paris Olympics last year, there was a European OEM that wanted to fly demonstration flights, and it got a massive amount of public backlash. And I think a lot of that comes from a lack of education, a lack of awareness, and a poor rollout. Congressman Graves came to a summit that we hosted a couple years ago, and he talked to the folks in the room. He said, it is imperative that you all help to fill the communication void. And he was talking to folks in the advanced air mobility industry. He said, because there's people out there that see this as either the Jetsons, which is something that it's not today and will not be tomorrow, or it's something that's exclusive to the ultra wealthy. It's just another toy that a limited number of folks are going to get. Where's the benefit for me? Is it going to be sustainable from a green footprint point of view? So I think this is a great audience today, right? All of us live, on stage, live in this echo chamber. We talk to folks in the AAM industry every day, and we high five because we all know what's going on. But we need to talk to you all, right? You need to help us convey the message that, advanced air mobility is something that's happening now, and there are benefits that are for the masses, right? Because the use cases span from, quick package delivery to potentially really important items that are time sensitive, to being able to change the way people work and live by eliminating a commute, whether that be daily or once in a while when you have access to it. So as we increase the awareness and the rollout shows the benefit, we really need to make sure the public's involved. And I think that's where breaking out of that echo chamber of us just talking to each other and having you all engaged in the conversation and just bringing it up to your neighbor and people that may not know what AAM stands for is critically important, because otherwise you're going to get that backlash immediately.
And if we can talk about that without using the words flying cars, that would be wonderful. There was a session I was at just last week, and the speaker was talking about flying cars, and the audience was like, how big do I need to make my garage? And I can drive down, and where do I take off from? Like, he had them really believing he could do this now. And there are ultralights that can do something similar, but they're highly regulated. There aren't flying cars, and I don't want them anytime soon. We only have 5 minutes left. So, gentlemen, did you want to add before I ask my last question? And Taylor, you kind of did this already, but I really want a call to action. I want to know what your call to action to this audience is to help advance this or to talk about it, or what can, from your perspective, what can the folks here do to make advanced air mobility a reality? I mean, it's a reality. But
I'll just, follow up to where I was before. I'd ask all of you to be curious, to be involved. As you think about the business you're in, how could this new form of moving people and parcels positively affect what you're thinking about? How would it change your business? Because those use cases are going to be important. And I'd ask you to look at it through the lens, Heidi in our intro today said, we're making the world a better place for everyone, right? That's a goal of advanced air mobility. We want to improve the way people live their lives. So whether that's affecting your business or your personal life, I think advanced air mobility will play a bigger and bigger role as we go forward. So I think my call to action would be to ask all of you to think about advanced air mobility in your life.
Ryan.
I have a few. I think that as I think about the relationship of many different industries in an economic region, right? The hospitality industries, the transportation and tourism industries, everything that kind of creates the economic engine of a region, it all typically has some connectivity through the airport, right? Why is Phoenix such a vibrant community? Why are we here today? Because Sky Harbor is such a fantastic airport with so much connectivity.
Friendliest airport in America.
Is. Same thing with Atlanta. Same thing with Chicago, right? New York, Los Angeles, you name it. Our airports are our economic engines to the world. It's how we connect to other people. And so if you have a relationship or an interest in seeing this potentially move forward in your region, start thinking about how your life intersects with that airport community, how your trade associations or chambers of commerce are thinking about the future of mobility, these options to make your regions more globally competitive. For me, also, as Taylor said, education is really important, right? Being aware that this is not quite a pipe dream anymore, right? This isn't an Uber Elevate video. This is actual aircraft in the certification process. It's here, and it's closer than you think.
Yeah. So go back to what I talked about. Think about your most pressing challenges. And I've done this with many cities, and most of the time they want advanced air mobility, and so they're trying to think of, all right, well, I know what Clint said, but we want this. So what does the industry in the room want to hear? The folks that were most successful and was really inspiring on this, I actually had the opportunity to do some indigenous outreach to Maori communities in Aotearoa or New Zealand, and they were easily able to detach themselves from, hey, they came into the room saying, we don't want this. But as we talked about, what are your challenges? Healthcare, medical, emergency response, disaster response, recovery, all those things, the impact in the community was a small island community. We had a whole list of things that they're concerned about, for the future, their youth, the education, keeping them within the communities, the list went on and on and on, and so we were able to start looking at that and start pairing it with actual solutions, on the advanced air mobility side. And those solutions spanned everything from the small UAS aircraft all the way up to eVTOLs. And they really, got engaged and empowered on this, and it was so inspiring to see what they're doing. And I'm seeing that also with some indigenous outreach that I'm doing in southern Utah and Montana, and hopefully soon in Arizona as well. But they've become the model for how to engage and really shape this industry for what their needs are. And not just the aircraft, not just the services, but the infrastructure as well. And so what will the future vertiport, be? Airports currently, they are multimodal, transportation centers. There are only two modes typically, the car and the aircraft. And I'm talking about smaller airports, but can they be more? Airports are a center of resiliency, for communities. When an earthquake hits in northern Utah, all the bridges are compromised. The airports become a source of getting relief and aid into the region. And so airports serve, and future aviation infrastructure serves so many more nuanced purposes. You talked about moving doctors around. We had conversations in Utah about establishing new hospitals at airports. And so we can reduce that trip. Because we did fly, it was cheaper to fly doctors to the airports, to provide care than it was to, have a fully populated thing. So, just thinking outside the box for the infrastructure, for the mission, the operations, and so on and so forth.
I think mine would be to get involved when your city or town is putting together a charrette to plan what a mission might be that would work for your community. Show up to that, and something now. And just be that person and find that convening body. Thank you. Thank you so much. These are some of the brightest thought leaders in leading this industry, and I just am really grateful that you showed up today for this. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
All right. Thank you so much, Ryan, Taylor, Clint, and Michelle. What an incredible way to close out the first day of discussions. I love the quote from this session. We're closer than you think. Forging the future. We do continue tomorrow with day 2 of the Phoenix Global Forum. And so just a few notes. It's going to start at 8:50 a.m. sharp tomorrow morning here at the Phoenix Convention Center. Also, please make sure to arrive at the Convention Center at least 30 minutes in advance to register, and do not forget to bring your badge with you. And for those of you joining us online, the live stream will begin at 8:50 a.m. Mountain Standard Time. Basically, that's Phoenix local time. I look forward to seeing all of you tomorrow. Have a great evening. Bye-bye.